Full disclosure, the devs did give me this key, with the only stipulation is there was an embargo that has passed. But this is an early preview of Outbound. I'm going to quickly adjust the volume because the audio is a little on the loud side. Not super loud. That's about right. Alright. But yeah, so for those who haven't seen, Outbound is a survival crafting game that's very light on the survival aspect. But it's like your chill camper van thing. So you pull out your camper van, you like pop open the doors, and you got your whole setup. So it's a far more like cozy, relaxed kind of one. And there's an adorable pupper there, which I don't believe we've seen in the game yet, because we did play the demo of this during the Next Fest preview. So first thing I'm going to go ahead and do is pop in here. We'll do a quick little peek here at the settings to see any type of accessibility kind of stuff going on. Interesting. But you have a bunch of stuff that's going here. So you got your volume controls, you got subtitles, so thank you so much for having that for accessibility. It's interesting that they have the narration voiceover. You can turn it off entirely, make it more frequent, or leave it on default. So if you get annoyed by the narrator chiming in, you can tone it down. You can change the camera on your vehicle, that's fine. You can change the day length, which is interesting. We have under accessibility, we have the mini games having easy and default and all that. We have, like, for photosensitive people, like, reducing the flash. I imagine that's probably a motion sickness thing, the camera animations. Consumption sounds, I always forget the term for it. Was it misophonia? That sounds like chewing and all that are really upsetting. So they've got like that. So some really solid accessibility stuff. There is multiplayer in the game and all that, so you can play with your friends and whatnot. All that's fine. There's definitely, you could scale up the rendering and all that. Right now, I'm actually looking at this thinking this is actually a relatively decent size. It has recognized that I'm not using a QWERTY keyboard and set it for Dvorak, so thank you, devs, for actually getting that right, because so few do. So there's a lot of really good accessibility stuff going on there. So what we're going to go ahead and do, though, is pop in. We apparently have a lot of demo saves that are not compatible. So let's go ahead and get this going. There we go. So we have vehicle, we can make... Yeah, the classic vehicle, the Pathmaker, so it's got smaller space, but I guess can traverse better. You got the big one, which has spacious design made for comfort, but is not very fast. There's a school bus you can get that is a DLC. So in the demo, you could only do the classic. I'm liking the idea of doing the big one. That it gives me more building space and more carrying weight, but at the cost of handling. So... Oh, I see. You can change where the dash is or whatever. That's fine. Main color, we're going to make that orange. The accent... Well, actually, let's make the accent... Make the accent color orange. And the main color, we're going to bring it down to the gray. Let's reverse those. Yeah, that works. Okay. Yeah, and you can change these in-game, I'm pretty sure, between your cameras, so it's interesting to me that they have that right in the get-go. I guess they probably got feedback. A bunch of people, like, started playing and got the dash cam, like, oh, I can't do this, like, it messes with me, and didn't figure out the controls or something like that. Yeah, and you cannot change the license plate later. The license plate is the name of your save file. Alright, so we got our player. We can randomize, and there's a decent range of stuff. And as well as ones that just... vaguely masculine, vaguely feminine. You can change your skin tones, which is pretty straightforward. Sure. Hairstyle. Okay, that was me right-clicking. Okay, it'd be nice if I could zoom in on the head a little. I can't see most of the hairstyle. So nothing truly cursed to pull off a best friend Binky or whatever, but, you know, that's okay. That's a reasonable thing. Yeah, we'll just have it a little on the long, shaggy side. Okay, so we got some fun bright colors. Yeah, I'll go for the purple. So you've got goatee, mustache, majestic handlebars, what do they call it? The Van Dyke? Full beard. I was talking to another content creator when it came to like dyeing hair and all that kind of stuff, and they had talked about they had taken the time at one point for a charity thing that they dyed their mustache and beard. And they're like, yeah, never again. Apparently it's really, really brutal to bleach right around your face, which, you know, checks out. All right, we'll get like a kind of a hoodie thing going. Do the orange. We'll go for the gray. We'll have a theme going on here. Oh, well, thank you, Randall Thor. I didn't notice that. I appreciate it. Putting bleach directly under your nose sucks. Would never imagine that. I know, right? Was it Code Carnage? No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't. I keep trying to change because I want to see the hands and all that to do stuff. Oh, I'm sorry. It wasn't beard, it was facial feature. Because it was like glove colors and all that, and I wanted to change it. And then there's fingernails. Go for the gray. Fingernails, sure, whatever. I can't see them. So that'd be my first comment. It would be nice to be able to get a little close, like be able to like move the camera here to see a little bit better. Sure. Main colors. Actually make those start with the gray. There we go. Shoe styles. So we have our Crocs. I actually don't have an equivalent in real life of what that is. It's kind of a cool style. Basically like high tops. Sneakers with a pretty big neck to them. Just, I don't own Crocs. I know there's a lot of people who swear by them. They're fine, whatever. Like I don't have like some beef with them or anything. But to me they look weird. Sure, we're rocking a lot of orange and gray, which are kind of channel colors, and we got some purple hair. So can we customize the pupper? No. That's fair. The pupper should be its best dog. Start your journey. Hold the comma button to start your engine. Drive around with your vehicle.
I drove until the gray of the city faded from my mirrors. Now, the open road and this camper van are all I call home. Time to start my adventure.
And we'll start it with deforestation. Okay, so do I park over here? Okay. Immediately
Let's
bumps
see what's
into
inside.
a semi. Okay, so right click closes things. That is gonna be a thing that takes me a while. Alright. Find 3 more campfires to light. So what you don't realize is you think this is a relaxing story about a guy who's just like, you know, life was starting to be overwhelming. I got really tired of all the work and all that and just wanted to like get back to my roots and see the world. But no, the reality is we're just pyromaniacs. We just want to commit a little arson. Choose a blueprint file to download. The blueprints will become available for crafting or building. Not chosen blueprints will be available for download later. Basic tools.
Wow, new things to build. Huh.
So you can press M to open our map. We can see that there's a big tower over there. There's lots of map to reveal. As you can see, we got this spot here. We can craft a wrench at your vehicle's workbench. Right, so you got the workbench here. You can set up camp. Okay, so we need to make a wrench. Let's craft a wrench. And if you don't like those kind of mini games, you can turn them off, or you can also make them like way easier. Okay, we don't have materials for those. We don't have anything we can make there. Alright. And then we can go here and deposit our
I'll
materials.
put this in storage.
Close up our camp. Alright, I need to open the thing first. I have started my journey. Oh no, I've unlocked multiplayer. Okay. And it doesn't seem like this is going to be a thing you're going to win any races with. I am holding the gas pedal as hard as I can. And downhill, when we push it, we can barely get to about 50.
A perfect spot to set up camp.
All right. Get all the goodies from here.
Ah, that feels nice.
All right. So now I want to grab a bunch of random stuff. And there is like hunger and sleep and all that in the game. It's not like you struggle every inch to like survive or anything. It's not that kind of game.
A tasty treasure.
I appreciate your optimism. I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm down for some like fresh blueberries or whatever. Not really blueberries, but like blackberries. At the same time, like just randomly going in the woods and finding a bunch, be like, ah, a tasty treasure. Is not really how I approach things. Okay, so let's go over here. We can chuck the thing. What happens to only taking memories? Did it actually say that? Because we're definitely doing more than taking memories. Alright, we make the hammer. And we can't make shoes yet. We'll get there. Start to furnish your place. Open our build menu. So you can make countertops, a recycler, a folding chair, and a potted plant. So we're going to need a countertop to put a recycler on. We pick up litter. Cool. And we are recycling trash to get download vouchers. So instead of like being exploitive of the environment and destroy everything, this is definitely one of those games that leans a lot more in the, you know, try not to completely jack up the world around you. We can get 2 download vouchers. Open your backpack. Lock the voucher in your backpack. I see. Oh, what's written in your van window? I didn't look. Oh, that's just a list of what I have in my vehicle. I have 8 scrap, 5 wood, and 4 road berries. I do believe you actually can cut a bunch of wood later. All right. Yeah, I got bits of metal scrap.
This could be useful.
No, I can't. I don't think so. That didn't sound right. Let me get some rocks. Okay. It's okay.
Some
We'll
more
lift with our
supplies for
back.
crafting.
Our back is nice and strong. We can lift extra with it. Okay, choose from the blueprint files to download. We can get a pickaxe, an axe, or a sickle. It's recommending we get the axe, so go ahead and do that. And you have to wait because now that's not available for a while. And there's our van. As we're demonstrating our environmental safety, a unattended fire going, leaving the headlights turned on in our van that's not running. It's okay, definitely eco-friendly. Our plan is just to run our car's battery down, and then die in the woods.
A perfect spot to set up camp.
And you did. I'm surprised my choices were to make it more frequent that we talked, or just to turn it off entirely. Okay. So the fire lookout is that way. And I can see that there's a fire we didn't light over here. So I want to deal with that. We did get the ability to craft an axe. Yeah, so if I were to make a comparison, this is way more I Am Future. And way less like, yeah, you can put wood and fiber in there. Yeah, and that shows our energy rating and our charge. That's way more I Am Future than like, than, you know, like, the forest or anything like that. Alright, well, with that, that's going to be the end of our first day, because it's going to be nighttime.
A fresh new day.
Alright. We'll track that location. Oh yeah, and there's hidden gnomes and all sorts of stuff that can be found out in the world. So we saw that there was a fire we hadn't lit over here. So a big part of this game is also collectibles, locating the gnomes, which are hidden throughout it. Locating, I believe they're the cairns, a little stack of rocks that people would do. Locating those and whatnot. Going through, finding all the fires and lighting them. Alright.
Let's take a look what's in here.
I need a piece of wood. I don't have one on me. Ah, with the sickle, I can get some plant fiber from the bigger bushes. In the meantime, the little bushes, I can get stuff from. And, you know, flowers don't do me any good yet. And what are you?
Gotta tidy this up.
We're just gonna take the bucket, okay. I have discovered a broken bridge which requires planks. We can't make those yet. Okay, so that's what I wanted, was a piece of wood so we can start the fire here. Because I can't remember if the fires were like fast travel points or whatever. Remember there's some reason you wanted to do those. Okay. Help you return to your vehicle faster. Alright, so we got our homing boots. And so the homing boots do is like at nighttime and all that, they'll let you fast travel back to your camper even if you get distance. So we can't do anything with the bridge yet. Okay, so it wants me to go to the fire lookout. I will say you can definitely tell this doesn't handle quite as well as the little camper van. Like just from like an acceleration slash mobility side of things. Which is fine by me.
Oh, some useful supplies.
Also, before I forget, while we're collecting things here. Okay, so it's control to do that. So you start making me more tickets. There's another fire lit. More litter.
Time to drop off some stuff.
Ah, so you've already got your stuff there. Let's grab that ticket. There's no other radio towers over here. Because as you probably noticed, the radio towers are where I get my new recipes and all that, and once I use one, it's like... I don't think they stay inactive forever, but there's like progression or whatever before you can get another download from one.
Looks like I can download a blueprint at the signal tower.
Okay, so we can download gardening, we can download food processing, or we can download sewing. Sewing makes sturdy backpacks and upgrades your clothes for your next adventure. You can level up your cooking to make better food, or you can start growing your own thing. Let's go with the sewing. The game didn't have a recommendation for me. And it had me at backpack. It was like, yo, how would you like inventory? And the answer is going to always be yes.
Perfect for the next project.
Yep, that way you can go and take all these rocks and then, you know, just go Factorio style and just like pave over the world. That's not actually a thing as far as I'm aware, but you know, we can do it in our hearts. All right. I've already forgotten what we... Okay, so we need a sewing thing, which means another counter. And this will get way more cursed later. I'm going to make an entire platform that sits on top of my stuff. Alright, so we can upgrade our backpack using fiber. Gain some stamina by upgrading the hard thing. Okay. So we have a bunch of materials I have no idea how to get. But if we get fiber, I will be able to, I'll be able to turn around and get that going. Alright, so not much to be said there. Hop back in.
Time to hit the road.
As far as I'm aware, this isn't the kind of game where we can, like, slap our vehicle into something and, like, pop a wheel off or whatever and need to repair it or anything like that. But we will be doing base building in this game, which seems weird with the camper van. If you've not seen, like, the trailer or anything for this game, it gets wild what you can do in this game with the base building side of stuff. And how over the top you can get. Alright.
Would you look at that?
Okay, I understand. So the discarded pot and cutting board that no one is supervising, just to be clear, that is not litter. That belongs there.
I should probably get something to eat.
Okay. This might surprise you. A couple of berries is not very fulfilling. We'll eventually get to the point where we get way better food. Right now, it ain't bolted down, it's going in my pocket. Download sawmill. Okay, it's my only choice,
Yes.
so I'll take it.
Now I can use a new blueprint.
Alright, it's getting later in the evening, so let's get our sawmill. That'll let us start making planks. So we'll be able to circle back and repair that bridge at some point. Once we get all that. Then go ahead and pop this all open. Okay, I need more wood than I have for that. See if I can't score myself another piece of wood real quick. Okay.
Let's take a look what's in here.
Deal with that later. Assuming that's another broken bridge. Yeah, during the demo, I was able to repair one of the bridge. Don't you have to actually cut down trees? Whoa, 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 whoa. Cut down trees? Come on, man. This is a whole nature area. We don't just cut down trees. Nah, this is the idea behind this game is you're not this is not the force where like you're in a survival situation. You need to whatever. You're basically in kind of like park type areas and whatever. So you're not just going around just lobbing down all the nearest trees and all that. But fallen trees you can cut apart, do all that stuff. Okay, so I assume you gotta go on cabinet. Oh, there we go. Yeah, so if we get more wood, I can chuck it in there. Meanwhile, it's nighttime. Now, you actually... So you get fallen... Like, not the branches, but like full-on logs. You do find those, and they do actually, as I recall, give you a decent amount of wood. But, we gotta make it to that point. Alright, so my assumption is I gotta find my way to the other side.
Maybe there's another way across?
Yeah, this does seem like the kind of game where we can't just huck ourselves in the water and give it a thumbs up. Alright, so it looks like that other campfire I started up ahead has a path that goes directly up to where we're going. I also love the idea that we are driving with a not bolted down saw directly behind our head.
Time to hit the road.
Okay. Yeah, so we got trees to work, or bridges to build. And a bunch of stone here. Yeah, and later we'll get a pickaxe and be able to smash apart the big rocks. You get a bunch of spare stone. Okay.
I should clean this up.
So we got terminal executable. We're stealing the water. Okay, so we need a terminal executable,
Okay.
the password,
Need to
and the
find these
USB thumb
items.
drive. USB thumb drive. Yeah, no, I was checking on the terminal first. There's the password databank. Because, like, every responsible person, you have, like, multi-factor authentication the whole way through. And you just straight up leave all of it right in the tiny little one-room space that you need to deal with all this. Okay, so we can choose a Furniture Pack 1 or the Furniture Pack 2, which are two different basic aesthetics. We get a standing light, Or a camping light. Alright. And to leave it out of the weather, so it's probably ruined? Yeah. Now, I did notice on the way up there was a cairn. Right there. Like, this one's not very well hidden, but that's, I think, deliberate so that when you're early on the game, they show you one. Interesting. Yeah, because the whole thing that I remember, there's a bunch of stuff around being like, hey, don't just make cairns. I can't remember what the issue was. I think it was people were collecting like a bunch of the rocks that different critters use and all that for such, and then kind of piling them all off in places so that, you know, they weren't really available for the critters. Oh hey, and we have our first gnome. The little ash things. Like I said, they're just collectibles. And we can find
Fueling
ginger.
supply secured.
Alright. Definitely gives the same vibes as, like, I Am Future's protagonist, where it's like the end of the world is like, you know, oh my god, this place is gorgeous. As you're looking at, like, the completely overgrown and flooded world, but it's vaguely tropical, so you know, that's cool, I guess.
Some more supplies for crafting.
That's one rock vibes giving gnome. Yep. Alright. So we can chuck all this in the tank. Alright. So let's see if we can't find a place to get a good amount of wood. The tree on the left is sus. I mean, almost as sus as the tree on the right. Okay. Oi! There's a yawn. My bad. Yeah, so we got like the individual ones here. I thought there was a mini game on the demo with these. There might not have been, I might be misremembering. It's also entirely possible that because of how much wood you end up needing, that people like, this mini game really, like, really gets old fast kind of thing.
This could be useful.
Alright, let's drop the junk in the van for a minute. We can have it start sawing some planks, and we're gonna go check those paths over there.
I should get something to eat.
Chuck it all in there. Let's go ahead and we have the road berries. Okay. Got ourselves a snack. Yeah, we'll just let that keep doing its thing. Alright, so let's see what's down this path. This doesn't feel like a drive the camper van over here kind of path. Ah, it's a gnome. We've got the Titchy gnome. I have no idea if there's fall damage. Let's find out.
Oh! Ugh!
There is. Seems relatively sparing.
I'll store this right here.
Alright. We have the power unit. Because our vehicle is powered on burning plant matter, apparently. Okay. A big old pile of wood over there. We can deal with that in a minute.
Some more supplies for crafting.
Okay. So we can get an axe 2, a pickaxe, or a sickle. So the pickaxe we know will get stones. That'll let me harvest the bushes. We'll go for the pickaxe next. And we can work on that. I should be able to use the axe to clear that path up ahead. Technically most cars, I mean, okay, fair enough. It's just really old plant matter that's had a long time to cook.
Okay, let's go.
All right. Okay. Oh, consume ginger to heal my health. Right, because I jumped off a ledge to test things. Alright. Let's see. So we don't have another campfire up here. There's a little path that way. Let's check this path over here. And then what I could probably do is go to that first bridge we saw. It was going to take, I believe, 10 wood to repair. Or 10 planks. So I can probably process those planks. Yes, I don't think there's anything we care about that way. So let's turn to the left. And as we see Bigfoot just go running by and your character pulls out their rifle. And the game's tone changes very dramatically. How big is the world map? It's relatively big. It's not a huge map, but it's a relatively big. I don't know what the limitations are for a lot of the stuff in the game. Alright, so it looks like we want to go to the right here. So that's the drawbridge, and that's not going to do us any good yet. It's not like... This doesn't... I don't imagine this is a game you're going to sink like 100, 200 hours into or anything like that. I think this is one of those games you're probably going to sink like 20, 30, 40, 50 hours into. I don't have a good estimate yet because we just started. But just kind of setting the tone. I think it's one of those ones you progress and get things going. Alright, so let's go over here. Because the bridge we want to repair is right over there. I got a camping spot right here. Okay, so nothing new for us to deal with on this yet. Start processing our trash. Start sawing our lumber. New signal received. Check your map. Okay, well, I can't go there right now. It's the middle of the night. I believe there's a limitation so far as like when it gets late enough, your character won't go out and about. Okay, so I do see that there's a signal up here.
Let me write this down.
So a quick change of plan. Our almighty horn. So I can go on up over here, and I believe this is where that signal is. That means I got a new blueprint I can grab from over here. And I'll circle back to deal with that. And how full is our vehicle at this stage? I honestly can't tell.
Load off my back.
Alright, let's go get our download here and see what we've got new. I want to get the sickle for making our better clothing, because that needs plant fiber. Okay, so we can download a shelf pack, we can get a wooden counter variety pack, and we can download flowers. We'll get the wooden counters. So that one's all cosmetic stuff. I'm going to ignore the rocks for right now. I'm sure we'll want a bunch of those later. But I'm worried about doing the classic thing of just filling up my entire storage with one thing, and then not having room for the other things I need. Okay, so let's go back down to where we're going to repair that bridge. I got a couple of the little bushes here, so I'll park over here.
I should try to repair this bridge.
Okay. Ah, yes. That's how you repair a bridge that's like missing all of you. Just take a ratchet wrench, and just be like creak, creak, and it's just all better. I guess it's just the animation. It's just, it's a little goofy. It's fine.
Looks like I need a sickle.
I'm just trying to grab a bunch of this plant fiber, because we can get more stamina for running around with if I just get a little bit more stuff. It's no sillier than disintegrating an entire berry bush with a wave of your hand. This is true. Look, man, that's the problem with road berries. It's the reason you never see them yourself. Is someone else beats you to them, and the entire bush disintegrates when you touch it. It's really kind of amazing that berry bushes are, road bushes are still around. Okay. All right. So just a little bit more fiber will boost our carrying limit. That's not what I need to do.
Okay, let's go.
And I'm sure over time we'll find, like, back roads to get a lot more materials. Is that a big log? It looks like a big log.
I think I need to charge soon.
Alright. Pop you. Let's see what's in the storage box here. Wait. Oh, for a moment I thought it was filling with water while I was standing there. Like that leaving it open was doing that. So we'll take out a piece of wood. Oh. Well. Okay. Download tickets. There's a cairn over here. Alright. So that's the one on the other side. There is a campfire around the corner and down from us. Just checking to see if there's any gnomes right around there. I imagine for people who are completionists, that'll actually be a real big time sink, that if you don't pull up a guide looking for all the gnomes, you could burn a lot of time on. Oh, right. If Austin powers it, don't worry about it. You don't think that counts as completed. Alright, so annoyingly, because it's raining, I can't light the fire. So I can't get the credit for doing that. And this is where you have, like, the wholesome, chill, like, nice game. And your character just goes up and just the long darks the rabbit. Grabs the rabbit and goes... Completely giving a very odd tone to the game where it's like everything's all cutesy and nice. Oh. I just straight up feed you. Okay. Alright. Also didn't do a Project Zomboid where we drive over, it goes, oh. Alright. Okay, so this is definitely not an off-road worthy vehicle. We got stuck a little bit there for just a moment. Okay.
More stuff for the recycler.
Again, an interesting level of optimism. Where just the whole thing. It's like just finding trash just everywhere and just being like, yeah, you know, it's gonna go to recycle. This is great. Not just being like, man, all these people are terrible. Like, just leaving their garbage everywhere.
Time to drop off some stuff.
All right. So let's see. So there's not more up here. I would be surprised there isn't a gnome and or a cairn up here.
Huh.
I mean, I felt very confident with that when we walked over there. And there's what looked like a straight up path over here. Maybe this, well, no, because I wouldn't be able to get back up here. That's right, you can keep traveling at night, but, it stops letting you run once it gets, you know, after dark. But once you get your homing boot upgrade, you run extra fast when it's towards your vehicle. Alright.
Huh.
To get that going, I got that going. That's all fine. I'm gonna go here. So pretty soon I'm gonna have the problem of needing to acquire more food. And we'll let that run over the night, and we're gonna have ourselves more planks and all that for in the morning.
A fresh new day.
I would love to have, like, even half of this man's positivity. Like, I don't consider myself a particularly pessimistic person most of the time. I have my moments. But there's definitely a difference between just, you know, being generally optimistic and being like, it's a brand new day. This is not a post-apocalyptic situation. This is more Stardew Valley. Your person like kind of got tired of the drudgery of day-to-day life, and then was like, I'm gonna go out camping and doing all this kind of stuff.
Ah, that feels nice.
All right, so we can go over this way and see what else we can find over here. Now I park our vehicle on the fire. I hear that no matter what your fuel source is, your vehicles love to just sit on top of fire. Battery, gas, otherwise. Absolutely great to just park on top of a fire. But yeah, this is very not post-apocalyptic. Not unless our character has a very, very weird tone for the end of the world. But the intro is kind of along the lines of, like, leaving the drudgery of the city life and the gray of that behind and all that. And going out camping or whatever. Okay, so we're finding carrots. Is that considered a road? Maybe, maybe not.
Fresh fuel for the journey.
Let's peek in here. There's rock and moss rock. Okay, so with the level 2 pickaxe, I can clear that up.
More stuff for the recycler.
Yeah, we have settings for the dialogue of make it more frequent, turn it off entirely, or what we're at. I do kind of wish there was a less frequent. Field of view feels too small. I can check to see if the field of view can be adjusted. I don't really care for that much. Sorry, that feels a little fish bully to me. But you do have the option to change it for yourself. But the important thing is that's why we got options. So, like, in your case where you're like, you know what, it'd be nice to be, like, a bit wider angle, which is fine. For me, it didn't distort, but I had kind of a weird look at the edges. No, rabbit. Eat the berry.
Here you go.
I see. It's a transactional relationship. We give one berry, we get one pet. Hard limit. No 2 pets, just 1 pet per berry. Alright, download building. This is the big one that really makes this game weird and wild. There is base building on your camper van. Yeah, no, I made the comment earlier. It's like, you know, that's when you just long dark it, you walk up to the rabbit, you pick it up and just go, and then you've got dinner. For those who haven't played the Long Dark, it's a survival crafter that you're like stranded in Canada, and that means you have to survive the elements because, you know, it's Canada. But you know, you sit there and you hunt wolves, and there's well, I mean, the wolves hunt you, but like you hunt animals and all that. But the smallest animal you can get is rabbits, and you just kind of take like a little pebble and you kind of sling it at the rabbit, knock it out, and you pick it up. And they just have this animation where the rabbit just like kind of like looks into your eyes, and you're kind of just like, and then you know you have rabbit for dinner. But it's the fact that it kind of makes a sad like little like chirp noise at you, and like just you see like the terrified eyes. You're like, what? Why did you need to animate it that way? Why did you need to make sure I had feelings about this rabbit before this happened? Why did you really need to demonstrate the innocence of the rabbit before I'm going to snap its neck because you look, man, I'm hungry.
I'll put this in storage.
All right, so let's not get to the base building side yet. Let's wait until it's in the evening. When I can. Oh, new radio signal received? Well, we'll see about that. I don't think I want to go all the way back to the start yet for a signal. We'll keep going and we can circle back to that signal later. Yes, it's a hiking path. That bridge is intact, but there's more of whatever these were. Cattails? Oh, they call it rough stuffing. I mean,
This could be useful.
cattails. Alright. But basically exploring the map a bit more, getting a feel for it. Is that... Oh, it's just a green spot, okay. I thought it was like a green log or something because it's like all long from the side. I was like, what? Do I get moss from there? Steep slope detected. Fine. We'll try jogging up here. Our van is like, no. Research motor upgrade, research craft motor upgrade. I'm gathering from the fact that they loop this back and forth to make it a tedious run that the game is trying to very, very strongly hint, especially with the new quest and all that stuff. Very, very heavily be like, yo man, upgrade your camper van before you go here. Rough stuffing makes you question if English is developer's first language.
Time to hit the road.
I'm not like super knowledgeable on the whole camping scene. Maybe that's just kind of a a thing from camping or whatever, outdoorsy stuff. It could be just a language thing. It could also just be like a hiker's terminology, because I know hikers have a whole wild range of terminology. You never heard that term personally? Yeah, no, I haven't either. It could be a language thing. Like I said, I know my younger brother did a bunch of hiking at different points. There was a lot of stuff that had some like really wild terms for it and all that I hadn't heard before. Okay, we're not gonna run all the way out there.
This looks delicious.
I've eaten nothing but road berries for 4 days. I love it. You've heard roughing it? Yeah, no, I'm definitely familiar with the term roughing it. Okay, so
I'm feeling lucky.
we got disco ball.
Let's see what I get this time.
Doesn't mean anything, might be a bad translation. That's fair. You are a loud machine. Oh, okay, so your cost increases 1 by 1 per go. Do we see building over there? I don't see a camp spot there, so let's turn left. Alright, so what we're gonna try and do is work our way over to wherever we see the next... Yeah, it's just regular mined ore, so we don't need to worry about that. Is that more carrots I'm seeing? Alright, let's grab the fiber. Maybe it's a literal translation. That very well could be. I have no idea where the devs are located with the game, but I could definitely see it being. All right, hold up.
Perfect for the next project.
There's something over here. That is admittedly not what I was expecting. So I figure I'm going to run over here, grab some stuff. Then I go over to our camper van. We do a little bit of building. Imagine the rough stuffing here. Oh, there's a well. We weren't able to get to the other well we saw. Let's see. Well, no, was that true? Oh, right, we got the bucket of water out of it. Hey, we got a gnome that was fishing. I got plant over here and here. I should actually be able to make my bigger backpack when we get back there, which will be good. Because that means I'll be able to bring on my inner greed even more aggressively without having to worry about it. Oh yeah, and that's what I was figuring, is that the rough stuffing is going to be entirely for, like, making our chairs and all that sort of stuff. We have a lot of scrap metal.
Time to drop off some stuff.
Okay. Alright, so we got the base building upgrade. Cool, and we've got an upgraded backpack that gives me more carry weight and all that good stuff. With the recycler, we can go here and have trash. Probably leave the wood alone for right now. Alright. But now if we look in here, we got the other countertops that we unlocked from other places. And then we got like our proper base building and all that. We can add chairs and all that. We can add a disco ball and everything now. We got a little lamp here, a table. So you get the idea, is you can now like massively expand what we got going on. Okay, that's got a window. So it doesn't look like I have an actual door space I can do yet. And then I'm out of wood. But yeah, so you'll see, like, we'll get like this whole home built on top. And then it collapses into the storage. And it can get real silly. So you're doing like this whole like base building thing on your roof. The devs are Dutch. Gotcha. Yes, this is a language thing. That's fine. Alright, so we're hungry. So let's go ahead and eat our wonderful meal here of just shoveling a bunch of berries into our gaping maw.
Okay, let's go.
Okay, so we got a bridge over there for the drawbridge. And go cruising along here. And we did make more planks, so I should be able to repair the other bridge. And we got a radio tower to do. Oh, I thought
Another
I saw
signal
something
tower.
there. Alright. They left me a lot of coins for a lot of Gamba. This is interesting. Okay, there's another cairn. I do like, I think it's because they got feedback. I don't think there was the cleanup in the demo. But yes, they had you like stack the cairn. And then it was a whole big thing, like a whole bunch of people that go out hiking, camping are like, actually, you really shouldn't build cairns. Like, you know, like I said, I don't remember
This could
what
be
the
useful.
reasoning was. But like, there's actually like an environmental problem with it that can like screw with a lot of stuff. And so like, yeah, actually don't do that. And I think they did that, so it's like, okay, you can take them down if you don't want to. Wait, did I actually do the tower? I don't think I did. Alright. Download a bolt press. Download a nailing station. Download a metal smelter. Turns ores or scraps into different metals with trustworthy smelter. I guess that would be our first one.
Wow, new things to build. I think I need to charge soon.
Just casual RV foundry gonna happen here. Oh, I see. I'm out of wood because I used it all. Running a smelter in your van seems somewhat unsafe. That's what I was thinking. Okay, so controls will probably be in here. And we found the gnome Gary.
Huh.
Hey, good enough. Alright, let's go check over here. Here's about that tree that's all yellow and droopy over there. Like, is it just a lovely tree? I guess it might be. Got another well down there.
Gotta tidy this up.
Every time I grab the garbage, I can't help but think of Crime Scene Cleaner. It's like, you are my piece of trash. Alright, so my assumption here... Oh no, it still looks like a hiking area. There's not really... Not I was saying... So like the small trees, can I cut those down? No, I didn't think so.
Perfect for the next project.
Okay. Yeah, so I do have a road here. We're up on a ledge where it can't get to. Let's keep exploring this real fast. See where it goes. Until such time we see that the road meets up or something. Okay, does the road just ramp up here? Alright, so that's information for us. So we have this road that comes up here. We do have another marker to get to up there. Oh, did I miss a fire? Oh, that's on like a hiking trail up here. Oh, right. This is where we went to, we checked here and then we need a better pickaxe for it. Yeah, we actually hiked a long way. Alright, so let's run back to our vehicle. Alright. Oh, one of the things I wanted to check. Okay, so beacon stays... Actually, that's a different beacon. Alright, so let's try and get to our camper van. Get to the other beacon that we have unlocked there. Because we got this drawbridge done. Oh, actually, I have the planks. You can also build the other bridge, too. But it seems like it's going to be a mix of trying to reach a new area and then circling back to grab what blueprints we can snag. Like that kind of a loop. That's fine. I'm not going to grab the stuffing right now. Let's pop over here.
Ha!
Load you up.
Load off my back.
Okay. Yeah, so we turn left and go down this way. We can hit the radio tower. And it's probably worth us continuing to do that as long as we have the spare tickets. Because again, that's what gives us access to like the better pickaxe, the better this, the better that. If we get the sickle, we'll get a lot better ability to get the fiber, so we can get our clothes that give us more stamina. And then if we get the better pickaxe, then we can knock out where there's that tougher metal or whatever it was. Yeah, I'll take us to it. Alright. I have a feeling I'm going to need a lot of wood. I mean, unless the smelter's like battery operated. Okay, that's kind of suspicious.
Ah, another signal tower.
Okay, so just furniture on this one. Darth Raxum Baudib S-Jet is the name of this gnome. I'm assuming the gnomes were named by supporters, like Kickstart supporters, that kind of thing. And so that was a group who probably put money together. And we're like, well, who are we gonna get it to name
let's
after?
go.
And probably were like, all right, well, let's just get all of our names on there. Which honestly, whatever. That seems suspicious right there. Yep, and there's a cairn right here. Okay. Yeah, so let's try and work our way up towards where that drawbridge is. Or the other bridge to be repaired.
A perfect spot to set up camp.
Do we see any of the big logs? We'll stop for those, but I think the little logs will just rush by.
Ah, battery's running low.
Okay. Okay. It's like batteries running low. It's like maybe if you didn't leave your headlights on all day and night. They might be better shape. Just saying. All right. What can you say about optimization in this game? In what regards? Like, the game seems to be running fine for me so far as all things considered. I'm not noticing performance issues. You got more vouchers. As far as clothes go, yeah, so I would need thread and seashells. We don't know how to make those yet, so we'll leave that alone. I don't have a need for more planks right now. You can pop up here. Okay. We'll plan to put the door over there somewhere. It seems like the FPS gets a little low sometimes. Gotcha. I'm not noticing super much on my end. I'm not saying that's not a thing. But for at least from my standpoint, like, it's not particularly observable. We'll see as I build this thing out. I suspect we start seeing some, like, frame rate issues or something. It'll be as I build out the vehicle and there's more and more objects existing in the world. I could definitely see where we'd be able to make this game hate itself.
Huh.
But we're not there. I just realized, I meant to make the smelter and I just used all our wood. It's fine. So we're going to want to get all our wood going.
A fresh new day.
Okay. So we've got an important landmark there and there. We don't have the signal tower signaling anymore. Because we did see that last night in game. But like I was like, I'm not driving there in the middle of the night. Alright. So I can go here. Have ourselves a little snacky snack. Oh, does that respawn? Let's see if the fact that we slept here, if the logs respawn. Okay, if they do, they're not right here. That's fine. They clearly respawn, it's just whether or not they respawn right. Like, could you in theory just do the thing, go to sleep, do the thing, go to sleep. Alright, so we'll want to go to the left. Alright.
That could come in handy.
I'm not seeing more. Yeah, so I need to remember to get our smelter up and running the next day. And I know your camper van has a limited capacity. Remember during the demo I was able to hit it. But it was definitely one of those things I was grabbing everything. So I had like, you know, hundreds and hundreds of stone in the vehicle and all that I had no need for. Okay. But yeah, then we'll also get like, you know, kind of your garden and all that. I do really love the idea like this camper van and just you blow up your entire base out of there. It's kind of a fun gimmick.
I'll put this in storage.
Alright, so I should have enough planks in the vehicle. When we reach this bridge, I should be able to repair the bridge. And after the bridge is fixed, we can cross that and start moving towards the next point of interest and see what we can find up there and all that. And I'm imagining over time that we get like engine upgrades and all that. Like that's literally what's right here is the motor upgrade for doing steeper slopes and all that. I imagine the van will get faster over time. I don't think it'll be like rally racing or anything in it. But I do imagine it's going to pick up some pretty good speed. Alright, let's go ahead and grab you. Which should be what I need to fix you. Okay.
Ah, another cap and snap. Let's see what I get.
Got a cool little owl. You are so crunchy and loud.
Let's see what I get.
That looks like a little parsnip.
Let's see what I get this time.
I imagine this is one of those things that, like, once you finish a machine, you're good. Alright. So, we can go to the right. There's a house marker up there we didn't see. Or we can go to left that goes this way. I'm going to choose to go left. We haven't seen as much of this road. I really need to get my hands on that sickle.
Looks like I need a sickle.
Okay, so I've got a tower up there. Okay. Nothing up along here that I see.
That could come in handy.
Alright, let's get back to the van. It looks like we can go over this route to the left. And that'll take me up to that next tower to potentially get ourselves a new blueprint. Which it's a little bit of a hard call. I think if we get the choice of the pickaxe, that gets over the sickle so far as priority. But we'll see like what our options are. Also got a campsite. Let's do that first.
Ah, some food for the recycler.
a reinforced plank. Oh, start the fire here. Oh, actually, before we do that, go check the dock. There's a really good chance there'll be a gnome on the dock. Yep. Uncle Gnome. Okay, and then we have a well over here. Let's grab the well real fast, since it's in plain view at the moment. Okay. Alright. So like I said, there's a path back there that goes up to that tower in the distance. So I think we take that path, we go get that tower, see what blueprints we get. It definitely feels like the first thing I should be prioritizing is just going around and getting as many of these like blueprints and all that kind of stuff. That we're kind of limited on our travel ability in the meantime.
A load off my back.
Okay. Casual plane there. Okay, nothing else to see of interest here. Okay. Interesting, the horse marker there.
Another signal tower.
Okay, we can have download standalone power. You turn nature's leftovers like lumber and fiber into buzzing electricity for your vehicle. Download gardening and download food processing. Let's go ahead and get gardening out of those options.
Huh.
Okay. Thought I saw a wisp of a campfire thing up there. Alright. So pretty soon... we'll need to have to stop for the night to do that. And this time... we gotta try to remember that we can smelt things.
Ready to roll.
Alright, so we got the campfire there. So what we could do is maybe let me cut across these woods here. And what are you? We can get laurel mushrooms. Yeah, looks like we got a campfire spot up ahead. There's like a bunch of mushrooms around here.
I should clean this up.
Okay, and there's your little box. Okay, so first, drop that off. Alright. And we did get a signal, and it's basically at the start of the map. We're not going to worry about that right now. Alright, so. Start moving our stuff up here. Okay. So we've got the ability to make a smelter and a crop plot. Cultivate happiness and grow your own crops. Alright, so we have our different types of shells we can do, so they're not all the same. They've got you. I don't know what the material is on the left that's all sorts of shiny whatever. But I don't have it, so we won't worry about that. So you put you outdoors. So I think for this... we want to plant things. I don't think we have any kind of stone or whatever. Huh. We'll figure that out next. You got a stretcher bed, a metal bed, and a wooden bed. We got a turnip bobblehead, an owl bobblehead, and a duck bobblehead. We also have our disco ball. So before we start trying to build more here, go check to make sure there's nothing I need back here. Alright, so we got the watering pail. We can make that. Okay. I'm assuming we will find other stuff. What am I forgetting? Oh, right. On our crafting benches, we've got some stuff. We got the recycler. We can go here. Have a stack. Start processing. The sewing machine. Yeah, we still need thread. Oh, you're already good. Alright. And I guess what we can do here in the meantime... is continuing to build this place out. Like I said, we'll put the door here. I don't know yet what limitations all will have with the door. But assume the door fits there. Okay. Oh, my camper van is maxed out on weight. I can't add more to it till we get an upgrade. That's fine. Alright. let's see here. You still are lit up way back there. I don't think we go down that whole way. We can go in here, and I guess that means we go to you. And these out. I'm assuming I can't plant any of these, right? Okay, good to know. Cool. So with this, we have a whole path that goes up.
This could be useful.
Let's grab what we can while we're running along here. Okay. Yes, we got a whole area over there. What we actually care about is going up to this point of interest up here on the hill. That was marked as a hiking path. Because that could potentially unlock some cool tech. No, that's not fair. Their place is cooler than mine.
A tasty treasure.
Like, I got this camper van, and it's cool in its own right, but, like, the giant treehouse. And this is, I think this was the last thing we had visited in the demo was this building. Like, we had actually gone to this building in the demo, but there was, like, nothing more to do, really, after that. They had the exterior of the map kind of walled off. And to the credit to the devs in the
Better be
demo,
safe than sorry.
if I remember correctly, when you finished the stuff up there, it even was like, hey, just so you know, this is kind of like the last big thing in the demo. You could just keep playing as long as you like, but you know, you're not gonna find any more major things until you play the actual game comes out. Flowers will be delivered to the festival. 1 windmill, 1 fire lookout, 1 to the lighthouse, 2 to the Sunbeam Acres. And we're just gonna steal their water. Oh yeah, and they've got like the default camper van you'd have there. It's fine.
Looks like I can download a blueprint here.
So we got the USB key. And as a reminder, we need a USB key. We need the software on a floppy disk. And we need the password. We get the Rat Pack Gnome.
Some more supplies for crafting.
Okay. And there's the password. Having a little difficulty with that ladder. Now, what do you got for me? Download Vehicle Research Station. Allows you to research new cutting-edge technology so you can transform your trustworthy ride.
Yes, now I can use a new blueprint.
All right.
Ow!
Just falling, going, ow. Ow, gravity hurts. All right. Sorry, rabbit. I only got delicious, nutritious mushrooms. No berries for you. I love the idea of just like, you're just going down the road and you see this drive up to you. Just this camper van with a full-on, like, wooden house there. Nice. That's a really fun emote, Randall Thor. I appreciate it.
I'll store this right here.
Okay. So we had a research station to build, which I'm suddenly immediately realizing we're gonna have a problem with. So you need Everwood planks. That's easy. We just go up here and say, hey man, oh, I'm really low on wood because I keep building things. Okay. So let's see. So we got that spot done for now. So we can go back down this way and take the first left.
Time to hit the road.
Okay. We're watching for big logs. For other points of interest. And then we get the first opportunity.
Battery is running low.
It's okay. But we're gonna go ahead and turn left up here at the fork. I see little bits of wood, but I need actual like wood. Or at least see like lots of little bits of wood. Alright, so we got another well. I think, yeah, we already grabbed that well. That's what makes me realize. I think I'm going to keep moving forward versus circling all the way down to that radio tower for the moment. I do think we eventually go down to that radio tower to grab the goodies.
Time to walk, I guess.
Okay. On the bright side, it looks like you can pile up wood in there, so if we ever get, like, a surplus, I can just chuck it all in there. Oh, 1 second. Okay, that's just the other location there. Alright. There's a bunch of windmills there and all that. Alright, and we'll just check right over here. Alright. Yeah, so there's a little cubby in the stone over here, supposedly. So, maybe we find something neat or not? Already ran past it. That's okay, we have the radio tower over here.
Ah, another signal tower.
Okay, so you can get a bolt press or a nailing station. I don't know the benefit of one versus the other, so we just grab the bolt press. That'd be the next point of interest to worry about. We can go and deal with that in a minute. Yeah, it's fine. Okay, so now I actually have a bunch of wood we can toss in here. Okay, so that'll give us a full charge. Actually, I can leave that all open. Alright. So, we have... You need the planks. Those should be ready here. At least somewhat. And I can grab another plank. And now let me get the research station. Okay, so vehicle research. Let's see, motor upgrade. Driving up slopes got easier, which makes for happier travels. Battery capacity gives the battery a little extra juice for longer journeys. Outdoor building lets you build, craft, and relax in your vehicle, but you already have that, and that'd be extra capacity. Oh, larger space, extra capacity. And then this one lets me get different varieties of roofs, trellis, and windows. Alright, so the question though is, so you need bolts. You need scrap metal and bolts. You need scrap metal and fiber. You need bolts. Bolts. Beeswax. We saw that symbol earlier and I'm like, I don't have that. So beeswax. Okay, so it's looking like we're going to need to get bolts. So let's go in here. Because we did get the thing for making bolts. So let's grab another cabinet there. And then let's grab the bolt press. We're going to make 25 bolts. Get our tickets back. Nothing to do here, nothing to do there. And after 10 bolts, we can research the engine upgrade. And I'm assuming these higher ones will... Oh! We have to worry about our engine overheating later. That's an interesting one. Let's see. Well, let's check in our plants. Yeah, and then also being able to get the extra capacity will be good. Meanwhile, I do not have enough wood to go and build another cabinet. Okay, so the next one has higher tech requirements. Yeah, and with 10 more bolts, you increase the weight. Those require fancier planks. Not super robust. This is more cosmetic than anything. Yeah, so all this is about... This is more car. This is fancier car. And then these are the actual functional upgrades. If we wait till we get 10 more, I can increase our battery capacity. Oh, that's to research it, then I actually have to build it. Alright, hang on. And to build it, I need 5 bolts. It actually works out that I'll be able to research the other thing, and I'll still have enough bolts to... you know, make the engine upgrade. And a bigger engine capacity will do that. Alright. So after we get the 5, we'll queue up a ridiculous amount of bolts, because it looks like I'm going to need an obnoxious amount of thing. Alright. And we can get all that going, and that's pretty solid. Because then what I think what we might try and do is I might try and separate off a little section here to be like a little bedroom away from my little workshop and all that. We'll see how ridiculously big I want to get. So take that out. In the meantime, just chuck it in there. Just go for it. Looks like we need an obnoxious number of those. Then go back here. Engine upgrade. I use so much I don't have the scrap metal. Alright, well, we won't worry about making our engine better. We'll go to bed. That's fine.
A fresh new day.
So I can go up to this thing. Grab those out. We can put that research on there. Increasing the weight capacity of our vehicle a little bit. Drop you in there.
I'll put this in storage.
Okay. Yeah, so all of those... You'll have enough for all those upgrades once I get a little bit of scrap metal. Okay. So with that, we already hit that radio tower. We have not gotten that campfire. So it implied I'd have to worry about engine overheating. The train distinctly changes... Oh, that's probably something I can grab. What are you? Looks like wheat. Ah.
Looks like I need a sickle.
So I need an upgrade. But then I'll be able to grab the grain and probably make bread or whatever. Alright, I got a tower on my left. A tower way back there on the right. Oh, it's a charging station.
More stuff for the recycler.
Okay, so that's nice, so I don't have to sit here endlessly shoving wood into it. Alright, so one thing I'm noticing is I'm not seeing a place where it could be a path going up there. So let's just get out and run at it. Okay, so it definitely looks like we're gonna want that battery upgrade, because we can just use the machine and max out the charge. If I can get my battery big enough, it could be a thing that I mostly just go to the charging stations and top off there, as opposed to feeding it wood endlessly, which definitely works for me.
Looks like I can download a blueprint at the signal tower.
Okay, so here's the catch. We know we need the pickaxe to clear there's a mine that we found earlier. That's one thing. This would also allow me to get grain, which we don't know. I think I'm going to get the pickaxe. Because like I said, we saw, I forget what it was called, but we saw a type of wood I couldn't do anything about. Or not a wood, we saw an area for mining. Alright, Randall Thor, you have yourself a good day and all that stuff, and thank you again for hanging out and all that good stuff. Grab these carrots. Grab the trash.
Perfect for the next project.
And the coins. Did I already do this one? I don't think we did. Alright. Okay, so we'll see what it'll take to make the pickaxe. And if we have what we need to make it, we'll start working our way south. I'll still mostly focus on exploring new areas. We'll work our way gradually south towards where we saw that cave I couldn't go into before. So we can break that apart. Because I imagine those materials will also be an important thing for doing a lot of stuff.
Healing supply secured.
Alright, we got a little bit of scrap. I don't know if it'll be enough scrap to, take care of what we need. Alright. Yeah, so I think we get the motor upgrade and the batteries are a priority, and anything else we can get behind that is fine. Okay.
Time to drop off some stuff.
Alright, so you required reinforced plank, silver bark. Alright, we're not doing any of that. Okay. So, motor upgrade. Oh. Yeah, so we can start working our way up this way. We got another radio tower over here. And mostly just hills and grain out here for the most part. I'm sure there's stuff tucked in here and there, like maybe a little low-lying lake or something over there. Find a gnome or whatever. Okay. I mean, that's scrap.
Looks like I can download a blueprint here.
Alright, nailing station. That's probably for making the reinforced planks. There's a peek up over here. Okay, don't see anything, but that's alright. Okay, so we got the nailing station is unlocked. Like I said, it's probably for the reinforced stuff. We could drop you up, pop you open, go here, go there. Better battery. And then we can go here for better cargo weight. So, did you give me free power?
Ready to roll.
You did not. Alright, so you'll hopefully want to get around to that charging station again. If we can get around to the charging station again, we can top off, and it looks like it gave me a lot of battery. Like at least doubled it, if not a little bit more. Because we weren't at a full charge, or at like 75% or something like that, and it dropped me to 1/3 charge because my capacity went up that much. Alright. So we got a route going this way and that way. Let's turn to the right. Then check out the next point of interest. There's another radio tower there, and that might circle me back towards where we saw the charging station.
I think I need to charge soon.
Can I break you? Okay, so Silver Bark requires a level 2 axe. And there's the charging station right over there. Okay.
Looks like I can download a blueprint at the signal tower.
Let's get the level 2 axe. And so then with that, I should be able to circle back and hopefully get my better wood, get the reinforced wood, all that stuff. We do see that there's Silver Bark the way down the way we came. Come on, Henjin, hold out a few more seconds. We're almost there. That is not a charging station. That is a painting station. I have been lied to. They am most displeased.
Whew, looks brand new.
So the problem is, oh yeah, the charging station's way over there. All right, so we just straight up missed. That's gonna probably turn down there. So we're gonna be burning some fuel on this one. All right, let's get up here. Don't worry about that. I'm sure it's fine. We don't have anything to worry about there. We can grab another cabinet. Okay, and the nailing station is going to require a lot of wood to make, so that's not happening right now. So in the meantime, unfortunately, I need you to recharge that.
It's pouring.
And I didn't even look at what I need. So the axe, we just need the planks. So I just need to get wood for the axe. And then for that, we'll need to get more materials I don't know how to do. But the axe is well within our abilities. Alright, so let's go ahead and keep working our way through. So I'm assuming to the left just takes us down here, and to the right will circle us back up to the charging station. Probably shouldn't go this way first, just to check. Because I don't know if we have enough power to get this way and then turn around and go back. But I figure I would like to at least connect the map. Okay. We got our answer. Let's turn this around. I'm also just realizing, if you run out of power out here, and you don't have the upgraded axe, it's probably really, really rough to get wood or whatever back home. Alright, we'll want to go down here and take that path later. Let's go get our charging station, because free recharge is worth every penny of it. Plus, there's a radio tower I hadn't realized was here.
Looks like I can download a blueprint here.
Download wind energy. Download solar energy. Let's go with solar. I'm assuming that's going to require a lot of stuff I don't have the money for, or not money. I don't have the materials for yet. It's going to be fancy circuitry or some nonsense. Okay, yeah, so this should bring up here. We can figure out our way up to that next point over there. But that'll be good, because my expectation is as we're driving around, our battery will drain.
I think I need to charge soon.
But with the solar, like, it can be a thing where I run low on charge, and I just go and I start crafting and doing stuff inside while the vehicle slowly recharges. And it can also, like, supplement my power, so it takes longer for me to fully drain, because it is trickle recharging as we go. Alright, so we can definitely recharge in the rain. It's fine. Ready to charge again in 2 minutes. That's fine. So that tells me that the charge time is real life time, not in-game time. So in the meantime, while we wait for that to recharge... solar power. Sources energy from the sun to charge the battery of your vehicle. Park it and charge it. Chase the horizon. Don't park it in the shade. So what we're going to need to do to accommodate that is I'm going to first need to... put a bit of ceiling up there. Sorry about that. Alright, so solar power. Oh, do you have to, okay, so you can just go on the floor. Alright. Alright, so recharge this, and then we'll see about this solar. Okay, so it looks like if we plant carrots, I put 1 carrot in, and in return, I get 4 carrots out. Alright, so with this, Let's hit the recharge button.
Fully charged. Let's go.
Bring it back around and drive it on up. Okay, now that we're not directly underneath that roof where I can't see what I'm doing.
Huh. Huh.
Power. Yep, and they're at low efficiency because it's rain. Okay, but now if we're in a pinch, I could just park and we'll get a slow trickle charge. Hey, can I raid your mailbox? Can I raid your mailbox? Hi, Lily. I've been cultivating a new type of flower from a cactus. It gives a beautiful new paint color. When you're back, let's get together and make a large batch of it at the mill. Like last time, I'll bring the flowers, you bring the popcorn. With love, Rose. Cool. Alright, so let's see. We got our engine upgrade 1. These are lovely flowers. Can I just take them from you? Nope. Why is the one flower standing out taller than the others? Okay. I can't take any of the others, but the blue tulips. The blue tulips are mine. Alright, let's go ahead and run over here and drop these in. I'm assuming that's for, like, dyeing and painting your car different colors or something. And also, I seem to be able to go over here easy enough. You got anything for me over here? Got a cairn or a gnome? Not that I see. I'm not fussing too much about trying to check everywhere for those yet.
Time to drop off some stuff.
Those feel like the kind of things you worry about. You know, you got your car upgrades, it drives really fast, it can go any elevation, and recharges super quick and all that kind of stuff. It feels like that's when you start worrying about that. Now we got the well to get some more water. And we just commit a little home invasion, or I guess shed invasion. And we open the window, that way it can ruin everything inside. Okay. And then meanwhile what happens is the both of them get back here later, and then they get into a whole argument between the two about who left the window open, it ruined everything, and how could they be so irresponsible, and the other one is like, I don't think I left it opened, I think I'd remember that. And it becomes a whole argument, and neither of them are actually responsible for what happened. Instead it was just a break-in and entry. Alright, so I see the cairn up there. Check the map here. Yeah, so we just take this up and around the corner. I should be able to reach it. Really glad I got that battery upgrade.
some more supplies for crafting.
And the door open too. I feel like the door open actually is probably too much of a giveaway. Like, being careless and, like, leaving a window open, it's like, okay, that's something you might actually be like, hey man, I need you to do better about that in the future. Seeing the door and the window left open, you'll be like, alright, wait a second. Wait a second. That is too much to go unnoticed. Start looking through, see if anything's missing or anything's been broken. See if, like, the door latch is intact. It's a steep hill. We have discovered the windmill. Okay.
Huh.
First, we have to prowl around the property, looking as suspicious as humanly possible. I'm off to the festival for a few days. The mill is currently out of order, but if you can get to work again, I'd be delighted. Feel free to browse around and use the terminal in the back. The mill powers the door, though. See you later. Alright, well, let's go to sleep. Wait for daytime. Because then while I'm running around in there, at least the van is recharging. Okay, nothing more to see there. Okay, so it seems like the implication is we have to fix the windmill to get access to any of this stuff. Okay, so you rotate it.
Let's see what's inside.
Some carrots and whatnot. It's a big wheel there. Also interesting to me that this windmill seems to have its blades covered in solar panels. Which I'm not sure what the intention of that is. I mean, obviously, like, to generate power. But it feels like a really weird design decision. So I guess the idea here would be we would turn that so that the so that it's facing the sun. So where are we currently facing? We are currently facing this way. Alright, so I need to turn it Maybe it's not turning the blades?
There should be
Oh.
a switch somewhere around here.
Okay.
Huh. 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 Huh.
I see. All right. So I need to turn it. There.
Huh.
Nope.
Where's that switch to lower that ladder?
Maybe that'll do it. What we're trying to do is get the thing as climbing
there should
on
be a switch
here.
somewhere around here.
I'm aware. I'm actively working on it. Calm down.
Huh.
Fine. That was like, I spent good time implementing this puzzle. Please enjoy it. It's not a bad puzzle, by the way. It's just like the fact that there's like an extra step you have to do then.
Huh. Huh.
Oh, don't tell me I have to take it to the one open side. Fine. Fine. We need to have a long discussion to whatever engineer.
Huh.
Uh.
Huh. Huh. Ah.
Ow. Oh, now it's working. So it's just the ladder's hitbox is a bit touchy.
Let's try to repair this.
Okay. So I need 20 scrap metal. At 20 scrap metal, I can replace the cog. And I'm pretty sure I didn't see a single bit of scrap metal up here. And I'm pretty sure I don't have 20 scrap metal. I have 1. Alright, so we
put
have
this in storage.
we have to come back to this location. Okay. Can I add like a note? Alright. So we need to leave here. We can't do this. So someone needs to remind me that I need 20 scrap metal and then come back up here when we've got it. Let's see how fast I can get going on down the steep hill. We're at 60 miles an hour. I'm assuming that's miles per hour. We're at 60 speed units. I don't think we saw this on the way up. You need 2,000 scrap metal? Ah, okay. That sounds good.
Huh. Ready to roll.
And that's the one we did do. Okay. So once we get out of here, we're gonna have to figure out where we can go to next. There's a bunch of places. One thing we should do is like, so I need the scrap metal. That's one thing. The other thing to put up on the agenda is we should be able to make the axe relatively soon. And that would be good. we can also just start tracking down some of the other locations. Bumpity bumpity bump. Let's top you off real quick.
Fully charged. Let's go.
Alright, so we do have way to the south, we've got a thing. We haven't checked this path. We also don't have this area here. So I think what happens is let's just turn south this way. I also haven't gotten you. Okay, that's fair. So let's take the left path down here. Let's grab the radio tower on the way down. Then we can cut across and fill in that area that we hadn't looked at quite yet. And once we're finishing filling in that area we haven't looked yet, we'll work our way down to that tower. But we're gonna need wood. We're gonna need scrap metal. And all that stuff. We do find the scrap metal at the towers most of the time. Okay, so over here. We take a right. Changed my mind. We're taking a left. Okay. So tower's over there on my right. That looks like how we're gonna get there. And we got a campfire spot, so this works out. We'll get out, we're gonna go and, you know, get a whole bunch of things done at the same time.
Huh. Let's take a look what's in here.
Okay, we got you. This is a new fire, so let's light you up. This map's got to be big. The fact that we're exploring it and we've only found 11 out of 80 campfires so far. This map has got to be huge. Let's get our scrap metal and get this tower done. Get a cairn over there.
Another signal tower.
Alright, there's the sickle. Okay. Looks like there might be a recharging station on the top of that ledge. Or not, or it's just the roof. Okay, so we can pop the door.
Ha! A load off my back.
Alright. So we do want the sickle. Let's craft that. Because all these tools, once I make them once, we're just set. I don't have to worry about it again. Then you have all sorts of fancy requirements, and you just need planks. Do I have what I need to make planks here real quick? Not really. Yeah, so I'm going to do a run for wood. Or too tired to sprint. Yeah, that looks like a hike. So let's go to sleep. Then we hike that in the morning. Check out the next location we have available here. We need way more scrap. We did get our sickle finally, so that's good news. I also appreciate this game doesn't make me just randomly have like my quick bar to be like, up, time to pull out the axe, up, time to pull out the pickaxe, like identify the tool. It's one thing with a lot of games where like, well, I'm never going to hit this with any other tool maybe don't make me bother hitting 1, 2, 3, 4 again and again and again. Because I'm only going to do this one thing every single time.
Ah, another signal tower.
Okay, so you have download food processing, standalone power unit, turns nature's leftovers like lumber and fiber into a buzzing electricity for your vehicle. So the thing is, we already have one inside there. Let's go ahead and we'll get the food processor. So it looks like there's a little area all back here. So there's a campfire back up there. There's another campfire down here, and there's an area we haven't reached over here. Let's go run down a bunch of these trails.
Huh.
Alright, so we got this one here. Let's get to the high side here, so there's any cairns or gnomes, we spot them.
Ah, some food for the recycler.
Just no meal guy.
Ah.
Okay, I guess the random plates there are not trash. We got jam. What I don't have is a piece of wood to light this campfire. Which feels a little trolly.
Ugh.
Oh, none of that. Well, your food. Oh, we're still overburdened. I don't want to discard any of that. We'll just live with it. There's another campfire there. What I'm gonna need to do is get back to our vehicle, which isn't super close now that I think about it. I mean, that's not that bad. And I'm gonna need to grab like 2 wood. There's a third fire over there. Okay. So basically, I need a handful of wood. There's a bunch of campfires all strewn around here. So let's drop this stuff off real quick. Grab her like 3 wood, and then just go from each of these campfires and light them all up. So we get the credit for it. There is a house up here that's going to have stuff. I'm imagining somewhere up there might be wood. I'd just rather not run around, find it all, only to realize I don't have the wood, or that we find on like the far end and they gotta backtrack and redo it all another time. Let's just drop this off. What is taking up all my inventory? I guess it's this. Oh, it's these. Okay. I failed to realize it's strictly the it's not a weight mechanic, it's strictly the item number mechanic, that I get X number of items. Yeah, so I've been telling it just hold on to things. We've been getting all those bottle cap things. So what I probably should do is next time we go buy one of those bottle cap things, just dump a bunch of those in there. Keep unlocking our recipes. Just the house. Okay, so drop you off. Go up here.
I'll store this right here.
And that's 3 wood. Alright. And where we check that. Alright, so let's see. So I've actually got a bunch of fires around here. So let's focus on the fires that are up top first. Because I feel like that last fire along the side, I could probably just take the camper van around to get it if I need to. I see you, little gnome. Oh, you're not a gnome, you're an owl. Never mind. Okay. There's the fire.
What a beautiful fire.
We got Cleeks the gnome. Doing a quick run around, make sure there's not a cairn here. Okay. So now we cut across here. And this will take us past the cabin. We can see what that's about. Excuse me, home invader coming in. You got anything worth taking? I'll take those. I'll take your carrots.
Fresh fuel for the journey.
I'll even take your banana peel that you discarded on the floor, you monster. Hey there, hiker. I'm off enjoying the festival, but since you stopped by, don't miss the local sights. The windmill's definitely worth a stop. Yet my heart belongs to the old fire lookout. It rises above the forest like a beacon. Love it so much that I create a painting of it. Have fun hiking around. Okay, no cheeky Karen or gnome behind the house. Alright. I need to learn how to make thread so I can get our stamina increased. So I can jog around here longer without having to stop, like, catch my breath again and again. Campfire over there. Let's check over here again. Looking for, like, cairns and gnomes. So fine.
Oh, some useful supplies.
Cool. Get the trash, get the water, get the other water. Start the fire. Okay, and we can eat the carrot to get our weight back down. Alright, so it still leaves the fire up that way and the fire over that way. We can get all that sorted out. You already did that, Karen. Then this is the one I didn't have the wood for earlier. They could circle back around and get to our vehicle. I was not expecting this whole middle spot to be this, like, whole big venture to just light a bunch of fires, but out of the 90 or whatever fires in the game, we're just knocked out like 4 or 5 of them by the time we finish this. Yeah, and I got another one that's just down off this ledge. Pretty sure I already got you. Yeah, and I'm 99% sure we already got you. Alright, and this will be the last of the fires in the area. Alright, Luxray, you take it easy. Thank you for tuning in.
Oh, some useful supplies.
Okay. So we're a lot overburdened with that. Oh, it gave me 10 wood. Well, the good news is we are actually pretty close to our vehicle. Hey, Treacle, how's it going? And also, check out Treacle, another fantastic content creator. Been doing some Going Medieval. Definitely someone to check out. Plays a lot of similar games we play here. So, absolutely a fantastic time and whatnot. We'll likely be doing Hotel Architect this next week. Are you going to check out Outbound as well? Like, no pressure whatsoever. Also, totally understand if you're like, nah, it's not my thing. But yeah, no, it's definitely, I'm definitely enjoying it. It's a nice chill survival crafter. Like, yeah, you gotta eat, you know, and all that. But it's not one of these games where you sit here and, like, have to, like, constantly stay on top of it, where your character's, you know, packing away, like, a 4-course meal every 15-20 minutes. You know, you kill a horse and you eat the whole thing, and that's lunch. Like so many survival crafter games. Alright, so with that, we still just need planks. I should have plenty of wood for that. Let's pop up here. And go to you. 1, 2, 3, 4. Turn that on. Plant some berries. Get those all watered. Let's see, backed out Upbound on Kickstarter. Although the demo felt a bit lacking, I wasn't sure the full game would have much to do. It's your vibe, very chilled. Yeah, no, it's definitely I've been enjoying the game. Like, there seems to be a lot of world out there to do stuff in. Okay, so there's Axe 2. Cool, so next we'd want the pickaxe. And I should be able to get the silver plank, the reinforced planks, and the thread. We still have stuff to do there. How was Crab? Crab was good. It's just, you know, one of those games that if you played it for, like, long hours or whatever, people would mutiny. Not only that, but it's just, like, definitely one of those ones that, you know, there's a certain repetitiveness to it. Alright, so you need a lot more Everwood and Everwood planks. I can put the food processor up here. And so you can make jam, and you make coconut smoothies. Alright, so we need a lot of wood. But yeah, no, it was a lot of fun. We got through, I think there's like the 16 different levels or whatever it was.
Day.
I think we got through the 4th tier as far as difficulty. Alright, so pack that away. Okay, so looking at our radar, we've got that down there to unlock. We can burn a bunch of our coins. Let's go hit that beacon. Because we'll probably find wood along the way. Do I want right or left? That's fine. Okay, so you can go this way, drop off a bunch of these tokens, make a lot of really loud noises. Getting those solar panels has been great. Like, if I just sit here driving the whole day, I'll burn this down. But days like that, where I'm just sitting there, like, running around, finding things, getting materials, it's just not an issue. Yeah, we already went down to that dock.
Hey, that's a Cap'n Snap. I'm feeling lucky.
I'm backing off because it's very loud.
Let's see what I get.
Okay.
I'm feeling lucky.
Cool. That'll get rid of all of our bottle caps.
Let's see what I get this time.
Okay. Probably won't have enough for one more, I'm guessing.
I'm feeling lucky.
I wonder what we're gonna get. The suspense is killing me. And we have successfully shut down the machine. Okay. So with that, it doesn't really matter which way we go. We'll probably take the right path. We're gonna go to the bottom. The big thing we need is a lot of wood. But we've definitely had plenty of wood on this route before. Let's try and snag a bunch of this wood. We can use that for a bunch of the different projects we need. Like the fire and rain sounds? Oh yeah. It does a really good job of just being kind of like, you know, relaxing, soothing ASMR, just chill stuff. Let's go lay down, take a nap. Oh hey, scrap metal. I need lots of that. Okay.
Ha! A load off my back.
Because yeah, we'll get the metal and the wood. The wood will get me stuff for making the reinforced planks, which is one of the three things I need for the better pickaxe. And then with that done, we can also get the silver bark tree, which we already have the axe for. I just have to go get it. But we haven't learned where to make thread yet. I'm assuming it's just a blueprint we haven't found yet. But once we can get ourselves the thread, I actually have a lot of stuff we could potentially get built. Let's grab that wood. All right. If we want to the right. Yep.
Some more supplies for crafting.
Okay, so it's looking like we're gonna have a lot of our stuff sorted out here. From running around out here. I got tons and tons of wood. Getting a little bit of the plant fiber. Not getting much in the way of scrap, which is fine. Oh, it's fine.
That could come in handy.
Okay. Yeah, because once we get the thread, we'll get our better clothing. That gives us more stamina. We'll be able to get the smelter, I think, was one of the things we're waiting on it for. Oh yeah, we got 65 wood now. We're doing great. So it seems to be good news. It doesn't seem like this is a particularly grindy game of the materials. It's kind of just like, oh, I need this material. You just kind of go get it. And then you're good for a while. Which I appreciate after playing Conan this past week, where there's just a lot of times where like, oh, I guess I just need a bajillion rocks. Okay. Sure. Oh, it's time for iron. I guess I just need a billion iron. Okay. Sure. And it can be interesting sometimes, but it can also get real tedious at times if you have a game that, like, the material requirements of stuff is very high. It just takes a long time to do anything.
A perfect spot to set up camp.
Is this the one I needed? Yeah. Okay, lots of scrap metal. Alright, so the good news is...
I should find something to eat.
Oh, it's fine. Okay, so shelf pack, vertical painting, horizontal painting. We'll get the shelf pack. Alright. Okay. So, for food... just eat a bunch of mushrooms.
I'll store this right here.
Alright, so I think our destination now is, let's take the right over here. And let's start heading back up towards the windmill. Because that way we can recharge our vehicle. We can get to the windmill. Drop off. We should have way more than enough scrap now, as long as I don't use it on anything, which suddenly I'm reminding myself. Give me all that plant fiber. Put a bunch of the big bushes right here. Let's do this.
Some more supplies for crafting.
Okay. That should have us in pretty good shape for plant fiber for a while. We'll also be able to get the grain. Oh, and I see, so the wells regenerate as well, because we'd already taken this bucket before. But that's fine, I'm gonna need copious amounts of water.
Okay, let's go.
And it's over here that we needed the pickaxe, but unfortunately the last time we rolled through we didn't have the... Oh, sorry, we didn't have the tier 2 pickaxe. Alright, so let's go over here. It's to the right that we needed the other pickaxe, I believe. Yeah, for right now, let's deal with the windmill before we go on to find more things. And I don't have, like, any tokens worthwhile, so we'll just skip right past this.
Hey, that's a cap and snap.
Take it right here. Take a left. It is interesting now I think about it, where before it was like, you know, kind of very limiting on how far we could travel at night with the extra battery and how much farther we can go. We're normally like, it's time to turn and go to bed. Nothing more for me to do now.
Battery's running low.
That's fine. We could drive quite a while during the night. All right. So let's get ourselves over to the recharge spot and get ourselves all topped off. We won't worry about the grain right now. You'll want to grab grain. Like, I'll probably grab that grain up there on the hill. I just wanted to make sure we got here before I worried about anything like that.
Fully charged. Let's go.
Okay. Then I can drop you off. And we can drive up the hill to the windmill, get up there, and we'll probably park it up. Actually, bear with me, chat. I need to use a restroom real fast, so I'm going to quickly do that, and I'll be back here in just a minute. But thank you again so much for tuning in, and I'll be right back. All right, and we are back. Right, so I'm going to keep, even though it's like nighttime in the game, we're going to drive up this hill, get back up to the windmill. We'll park up at the top of the hill, you know, or when our battery gets low. And, you know, do our base stuff. The big thing is I want to make sure I keep the 20 scrap so we can pair the gear to fix the windmill. Because we can do that, then we can go ahead and get whatever the download is from that. And it seems like a lot of our bigger downloads for progression are locked behind that. It's like being able to build the whole thing up top that was one of those kind of things. The ability to get the research station that gave us the ability to go up the hills and get batteries and all that was locked behind that. So it does seem like part of the game is going to be running back to the antenna, getting whatever blueprints are available. There's some that are just aesthetic stuff, which we've gotten a couple of times from the one we've ran to the far south. And then other times it's like, okay, your pickaxe, your scythe, that kind of thing. I have no idea how many tiers of those things there are. I imagine it's probably not too many, maybe 3 or 4 would be my guess. Because I have seen alluded to a couple of like higher end materials. But we'll figure it out. And then once we finish the windmill, most likely what I'm going to do is I'm going to detour slightly. We'll go south to where I had the other place I couldn't get up the hill. But I'm going to detour slightly to get the silver wood. Because now that we have the axe for that, I can go ahead and just grab a bunch of that while I'm in the neighborhood. For whatever I end up needing that. If we're lucky, I'll be able to get the reinforced planks of silver wood. And there'll be a matter of like unlocking thread, which I'm assuming is, again, just the radars. It could also be that this place, that could even be what we get from this. This could just be we get the thread from here. Alright. Let's open up our camp. Pop you open. Right. Because you need the silver bark planks and all that. We already have all that. So there's nothing more to work on the workbench. So we got that. Leave that alone. Leave this alone. Those are waiting on thread and all that. I don't think we need more of the planks. You got all those.
Just what I needed.
Okay. Cool. And I guess for right now, let's lock the jam in my inventory so you got the better food. Secured. Ruffle that off. And go to bed. Oh, right. We'll deal with it in a minute, but I need a bunch of planks for one of the buildings. Right, it's this side. Just the house. Just the whole house of the camper van. I will never get over, and it is exactly how it should be. I need to actually have the scrap metal on my person. Because since we're driving and traveling all the time, is this house, or are we just acquiring things from another house? Home we found along the way? I mean, we're just going to the neighborhood grabbing everything, it seems. Alright, let's see. So I need 20 of you. I mean, that's exactly what's happening here. And it seems like it kind of gives you an excuse where I don't know if the person they're asking for or whatever is like, hey, you know, if you want, you can get like the stuff off the computer. You just need to go through there. But we're definitely like grabbing food and water and all sorts of stuff. It's like, yeah, they probably did intend you taking all of that. You're definitely not fixing that with the wrench. We fixed the windmill. The achievement's literally round and round.
Looks like I can download a blueprint here.
I'm missing the USB thumb
Okay,
drive.
need to find these items.
So, I believe we found the other stuff upstairs. Which immediately makes me suspicious that it'll be down here.
This signal decryptor can probably be used in the nearby terminal.
Alright. We just got some putty. Okay. Download Mortar and Pestle. Oh, one second. I didn't realize I needed a download token just to access the computer. Everything else is fine. But, alright. Okay.
Yes! Now I can use a new blueprint.
So can we go in your cellar now? Come on. Download token used to be a real country. Yep. Alright, so with this we can go... Oh man, there's so much. So I don't care about the shells right now. Let's go here. Got that. So Mortar and Pestle is nice and cheap. So what do you give me? So you can turn flower petals into paint. Have fun. Now you got a candle in a jar, a bunch of bobbleheads and stuff we will want to do eventually, decorative books we'll want to do eventually. We got the recycler, the sewing machine, the sawmill. So we don't have the nailing station yet, and we don't have the smelter yet. We do have everything else. So that should give me the 20. And it will leave me enough afterwards. Okay. Put that away. Put that away.
Ready to roll.
Alright, so we can try going up this hill. I honestly think in this case, let's mark the next point of interest. So we can go out here, do our recharge, and honestly it doesn't matter which way we leave from there. Alright. I do love the idea that you have like all these crafting stations that are working. You just kind of fold them all up and just shove them in like your little storage above here. And I'm like, yeah, no, it's still running. It's fine. Alright. New sawmill has beeped. That's actually not bad because we're going to leave the hill there. So it's like literally we recharge and we just kind of drive straight out. And then we'll get our next signal there. And so that'll be good. Yeah, there's the tower right over there that we're going to. Alright. No, you can go to third person. There's a setting for it. The camera doesn't switch with C, I actually just don't know what button it is. Alright, so we still have a very full charge, and only let this recharge using that thing every 15 minutes. We're not going to recharge yet. I do have my things. Yep. We're going to run over here. We're going to get our blueprint from this thing. And then we'll recharge. And then we're going to go all the way down to where we got the next point of interest. See what else we can get. We do want to stop along the way to get some of the silver bark. Because we get the silver bark, that'll potentially open us up for getting more. But until I have thread, I still can't make the pickaxe. So I kind of just keep pushing forward. I'm assuming eventually we'll get kind of to a point where we'll hit a bottleneck there.
Ah, another signal tower.
We can get hanging decorations, shelf pack 2, hill chairs. Sure. I don't really care. Oh, wait, do you have scrap? No scrap? No scrap? Scrap. Oh, you're just a campfire over there? Oh, yeah, we checked that out. That's where you can see all the other stuff there. That's fine. Let's go to our van, recharge our van, and then start working our way over to the next place. Alright. Because, yeah, we looked and we have materials that don't... like, we can't get yet. I know I should just harvest all the grain while we're here. I really, really want that stamina boost. Okay. Because I'm sure we're going to want all of that for our various food needs and whatnot. Speaking of food. Yeah, so I can't eat grain directly. I have to do something with it, which is fine. That checks out. Don't fuss with it too much. I'm going to chuck you in here.
I'll put this in storage.
Push the button. Okay, so we gotta wait a minute for that. Alright. But yeah, then we can go down this way, and I think this is gonna wrap around like that. So cut around there and try and get over to that. We're very quickly filling in the map. There we go.
Fully charged. Let's go.
What do we see? Silver bark trees. We'll grab those. Otherwise, just keep moving, keep processing, keep making our crafting benches. All right. Okay. Yeah, so you pull up here, we'll take the first right, and then the first left. There's a tower up there. Okay, and these are the types of trees here that we want the wood from. That's silver bark. I see some right there.
Some more supplies for crafting.
Okay. And I can go grab this. The good news is it seems like it's pretty plentiful. Okay.
Okay, let's go.
And considering most of the stuff we need to make with this didn't look like it's going to take that much, makes me feel pretty good about that. But you never know. It could just be like, alright, it's time to get your next vehicle upgrade. Get 100. I doubt it. That's not been the type of thing. The game's been pretty good about not making me have to go back and grind a bunch of stuff again and again. Okay, so let's turn left. And we do know there's at least another tier of wood. I saw somewhere it mentioned redwood planks. I also saw somewhere it mentioned a upgrade to help keep your engine from overheating, which is a curiosity because we haven't had anything imply that our engine's anything but like cold to moderate temperatures the whole time. So I'm assuming it'll be a particular place in the map that's a concern. We got a path over there on the left and the right. And then this. Alright. So let me guess. You aren't working.
I think it needs to be powered on.
Alright. Yeah, so you need the silver planks. That's all upgraded already.
Huh.
And if we were to do upgrades, so you need casing and electronics. You need sheet metal and battery components, so nothing there. I'm not worried about these weight and all this, not yet. Like, I can get this. We actually don't have the... Let you build, craft, and relax next to your vehicle. Oh, I see. I see. So you can have, like, where the camping area goes that piles it all out. I'm not too fussed about that. I mean, it's basically free, so whatever. Yeah, won't worry about that. This is mostly aesthetic stuff right now. I'm not super worried about that yet. But yeah, so you have this thing about cooling systems. Yeah, we don't have the materials at all for that stuff. Oh, you're still going. Alright. So we've almost got enough because we need the metal... Well, sorry. The metal smelter we need. We also need the nailing station. That's actually what we're making right now. So we're making... one more, and then I'll have enough for my nailing station. Okay. So I need metal and everwood to make a reinforced plank. We haven't figured out how to make metal yet. So that's going to be finding ore, I think. So let's get the silver... the silver wood planks, because that seems like it's just planks right now. And then with that, we can go to sleep. Alright.
It's coming down hard.
Okay, so we have a path to the right and a path to the left. Okay, we've got a gnome. We got Lindsay, who was sitting on a pile of bottle
Perfect
caps.
for the next project.
Okay, that appears to be all that was on this side. Now you can run back here, and there's a path over this way. It's gonna be my ore. Okay, we got coarse ore, which can be made into metal. So that's the coarse ore I need for smelting. I'm glad there's a decent amount around here. Okay. So this will get me my metal. It'll also get me the smelter.
Some more supplies for crafting.
Which will all be good. At least we now know where the mine is. And that seems to be a material that's kind of like got a specific location in mind to it. We got some scrap metal down here. I'm going to grab that. Now, one thing it did mention is the ability to potentially turn scrap metal into metal stuff. Let's drop you off real fast, because I'm overburdened, which is fine. And we can go and use this to chuck down ourselves a smelter and get it smelting.
Time to drop off some stuff.
Okay, so with this, our cabinet. Okay, so we can take coarse ore into metal. Oh, into coarse metal, we can take scrap into actual, like, regular metal. So I can get that going. I've already forgotten the thing that I needed the metal for. Oh, the metal was for the reinforced planks. Right. Okay. So I've got that, that's fine. Do I have food on me? Alright, well before we go and run around, pop in here. I need a snacky snack for the road. So if you give me some mushrooms, that'd be great. So let's try and get up to this mine up top. Because it does look like this is our source of ore here for coarse metal. So the planks we need to make the pickaxe is just metal, so it's just scrap. So coarse metal is probably material I'm going to need for something later. But still, having access to it is certainly not something to be unhappy about. I climbed those. Let's check down here first. Okay, so we got ladders up there, and we got ladders to this whole side. Let's check this. This one looks less complicated.
Gotta tidy this up.
Yep. So a lot more boxes up here. I did see there's a bunch of ore down below. Okay, that doesn't really lead us anywhere.
Ugh.
I see you, game. You can't jump when you're over encumbered. They put that just out of range. How much over encumbered are we? 1. Okay, before we keep searching there, let's see if we can't figure out where power is going to come from to bring this online. So that's a quarry. Okay. So the quarry's just here for the ore. I can't actually get up from this side. And I'm going to make terrible decisions.
This could be useful.
And now we start a very slow walk home. Basically, I'm going to push as far as I can and still move. Because if, like, I want to be able to get all of this out of here. We can't get the elevator working yet. I'm going to have to go to the other side. Like, go the long way around, I think. Alright. Yeah, because then I have the one spot over there to check up top. But unfortunately, got a little bit of a hike. It does look like we have to go the long way around, but this way, I'm feeling pretty good there. So we check the map. Why do you keep putting the signal on literally the other side of everything? I'm going to probably ignore that for right now. And I'll wait till I don't have, like, more forward advancing stuff to work on to deal with, like, circling back to go after it. Alright, so it looks like it'll take me probably just a little over a minute to get back to the vehicle. Because we're going about 2 whatever those units are per second. I imagine I'll hit, like, a little bit of terrain I won't be able to go over there. The one thing is I cannot jump right now. Because we're super duper overburdened. Okay. So we can go back up, check that one last spot on the giant drill. Well, dredger, I guess, technically.
Time to drop off some stuff.
Alright. We'll check that last spot of the dredger. And then we've kind of come to the realization that I won't be able to push there farther. Now granted, it's also possible I might be able to use a big arm and like spin it that way and climb up or something like that. We'll see how that all goes. I see a cairn way up there.
Huh.
Make sure there's no gnome or something sticking over here. Alright. Well, that was underwhelming.
More stuff for the recycler.
I mean, it at least has some decent materials. Alright.
Ow! Huh.
I imagine the speed runs would have some way to like abuse the like fast run boots to glitch terrain or something. It feels like the kind of thing you'd be able to do. Alright, so we can get this. That's cheap. We got the outdoor building upgrade here. So you've got that. You've got those. We can go to the nailing station. I think I don't have enough Everwood. Okay, and I can grab you. Okay, so we'll need one more of those. Basically getting everything that's or you find a way to abuse the unstuck to get across the map in Subnautica. Yeah, no, it's always those. It's just very much what I've seen, like, where it could already get a little glitchy on the train. I'm like, okay, there's definitely room for abuse here. Like, zero question about that. There is absolutely room for abuse on that thing. Yeah, so neither of you do we care about right now. And you're not relevant right now. I don't really need the bolts right now. Right now, let's not process those, just because I don't know I'm going to need. There's the paint. That's fine. Okay. Maybe I can pop down here.
Ready to roll.
Alright, so let's see. So basically we're blocked off from here. So there's not much more for me to do into this spot. So let's back up out of here. We can turn you around and try going the other way. So turn to the right here. And imagining the way that's going to work is we'll probably go up the hill from the other side, like we saw earlier before we had the engine upgrade, to get up there to lower the elevator. Yeah, this definitely feels like an incline that required the level 1 engine upgrade. Alright. It looks like ledges they would hide stuff on. Yeah.
Looks like I need a better pickaxe. Huh.
Yeah, it's the same thing we saw earlier, but on the other side of the map. Was I need the tier 2 pickaxe for it. Okay. Can pop in here. As I figure, I might as well keep going until there's something of interest that I want to like explore, so it'd stop. Trust. Oh, we got some weird mushrooms here. What are you? Oyster mushrooms? Indigo cap.
I'll store this right here.
Yeah, so not gonna put a lot of effort into those yet. Okay, there is a path up there. Let's go ahead and get our sleep. Because I want to check that path. Oh, that's showing where I can build around my... Oh, yeah. Where I was like, oyster, yeah, no, if I saw those where I could see that they were blue on top, I would be like, yeah, that's not an oyster mushroom. Alright, so there's clearly an area up here, but what is going on up here? A little bit of
Gotta
trash.
tidy this up.
Fancy materials. Is that it?
Huh. Huh.
We got a radio tower over here. Okay. I don't think we've used the stone for hardly anything.
Looks like I can download a blueprint here.
Furniture pack 2. Don't really care about that, but okay. We can make our living situation nicer. Alright. Yes, let's run back to the camper van, because that just seems like another road that attaches. I can imagine exploring for these gnomes. It's going to be... Like, the more I run around this map being like, man, this is a big map to hide stuff in. Where it's not like... Because it was one thing if they broke it down into segments as like, you know, Uptown has 2. Like, you know, this area has 5. Like, that kind of thing. But it's just like one
Okay,
giant
let's
area. Okay, so we could take this path to the left, and that should take me to the campsite to our left. As well as it should take me to... There's another radio tower. Okay.
That could come in handy.
Ayetta the shepherd. For a gnome. Oh, come on. Alright. Yeah, so it cuts over that way. Let's go back to our camper van, though, because I need wood. And I haven't seen any wood in a little while. I think we've got some in storage, though. There's the radio tower. Is it just a texture issue down there, or... I think it's just a texture issue, maybe? Yeah, it's just a texture issue. Okay. There's a cairn down there. And there's our piece of wood for the campfire. Oh, man. Yep, 11 out of 90.
Looks like I can download a blueprint at this signal tower.
Give me something good. Bread. That's fine. So I can grab the wood. Oh, I thought that was a cairn up there. It's just a pine tree. A scene just like the very tip top of it in silhouette. All right.
I'll put this in storage.
Now I get the campfire way down here. Only
Look at that.
16 out of 80 campfires lit. Where are you hiding all the rest of these? Unless this has got multiple maps. Because, like... it's... I'm thinking it's got to have multiple maps, because there's just, like... We're like the cairns and the gnomes I can understand be that. Let's see, there's an icon at the top left that looked like an exit. Oh, you know what it could be? It could be when we go through those caves that those do link us up to other maps. In that case, this game could actually be pretty big. I'm also still very concerned about, like... I mean, if it's 80 for the whole game, that's whatever. Alright. Alright, so with that sorted out, we go up and then to the... Like, follow this to the T, and then we take a left at the T. There's no question then, if we go to those, like, caves and they reach us to other maps, even if it's only, like, the 2 other maps, because we saw one cave to the south, or the right. You have 2 points left in your license. Yup. Alright. That should take us over here. That's a quote from The Fifth Element. Gotcha.
Time to hit the road.
Yeah, we got a campsite right over here.
I think I need to charge soon.
That would also explain why I was like sitting there going, I don't understand, you know, this whole thing mentioning overheating and all that. Yet we haven't seen any time where I've been able to like even get a meaningful amount of heat on here. Okay. So we still haven't learned how to make thread. And that's what we need to make the pickaxe, our clothing, and all that. Most of the other stuff we're doing fine. Oh, hold up, hold up. I see. There is a hiking path up here I overlooked. I even looked at it, I just didn't see it. Well, we know how to make bread. Bread we know. I need thread. T-H. Like twine or string. We need power? Yep. Hey, can I have your batteries? Can I have your batteries? I just want your batteries, man.
Perfect for the next project.
Witch Hazel. Dear Lily, I harvested all the red tulips because I needed more paint. I promise that I'll plant more after I get back from the festival. I have a bad feeling. Oh no, there's a ladder there. I was gonna say, I have a bad feeling we're walking the whole way around because... Oh no, I'm not overburned, I'm just... dealing with the, being too late in the evening. All right.
I'll put this in storage.
We can go to sleep. Okay. Let's put you there. Put you here. All right. So cactus flower will also make paint. We got a bunch of that. Go ahead and we'll make another fancy cabinet right there. Don't really care about this fancy furniture here for right now. Okay, but we have a baking oven. Okay, we get tomatoes, we can make pizza. Otherwise, we can make... our bread. Alright, so we can that's actually quite a ways. I was gonna try and limp it around the corner and be like, yeah, if we could just limp it around the corner. We'll see how that goes.
Ready to roll.
Okay, so we work our way down the hill, and then we take our first right. We can recharge at the charging station, and with that we can start working our way down towards that hill we couldn't get up before. Then once we get up that hill, can't we get a different vehicles in this game? You could choose to start with different vehicles. So there is like a default camper van. This is the bigger camper van that has a little bit worse handling, but a lot more capacity and all that, more size to it. There's also one that's like a lot better at off-roading, but has way more limited build space and all that. But it is a thing you choose to do at the beginning, I believe.
Time to walk.
Just needs another minute. Give me a little bit more power, because we're almost there. Because I don't want to burn all my wood on that if I don't have to. Because we're pretty close to the recharge station. It's right there, man.
Fully charged. Let's go.
Okay, so where we want to go now... Yeah, if we follow this road straight down, we can go over that way. Just eat 3 whole jars of jam while driving down the road. It's cool. Don't worry about it. Yeah, so next left. And all that. All right. The idea about this thing, like its top speed's only like 35 miles an hour, is like just certainly something. Yeah, so I take the next right. Then we stay to the left. Okay, we got one of the bottle cap things. This is the one I have not yet depleted, so let's grab our bottle caps and just use them up real fast.
Hey, that's a cap and snap. Let's see what I get this time.
And I'm backing off because the sound it makes when it's depositing it there is real loud.
Let's see what I get.
Okay. Okay, that'll be the last one I can afford. Because that gets it out of our inventory, because there is limited inventory space. Alright, so let's see. So we cross the bridge, then we take a left. We just go up the windy, steep hill. Alright, we tried to do this earlier and the vehicle couldn't make it, and so I started to run up there, realized it was going to be actually a pretty big hike. I'm like, no, it's clearly meant for the vehicle to be up here. They're making it this windy, that way it'd be, you know, really a pain in the butt to go back and forth if you weren't using the vehicle. Alright. I'll be curious when we get those harder stones that block the caves onto what we're guessing is the next part of the map. If it does ultimately give me a new material, or if it is just stone for the purpose of blocking. But I'm gonna guess we go through one of them and we hit either a desert or at least a tropical area, because that would justify the, you know, the thing for preventing overheat. Because I do see that our heat gauge below me does go up a little bit while driving, but here it never gets very far into the green. Whereas I could see if they put us into like the tropics or something else like that, they could make it spike up way worse. Yeah, I'm assuming these are just carrots. Yeah, these are just carrots. Let's not get too worried about that. We have tons of this wood here. Which I haven't had the game ask me for much of that wood yet. Okay. Does the wood grow back? The logs on the ground do respawn. It takes a little while, but they do respawn.
Let's take a look what's in here.
Alright. So let's grab you, pull you up to the next spot. We can light this fire.
Ah, that feels nice.
We'll grab more of the fancy wood. Because my luck, what's going to happen is going to get that bird's like, you need 20 of this. I'm like, alright, fine, I get it. I could, you know, I'll just grab all of it, don't mind me. Okay, grab you. So we can check this in the van. And then we got a bridge to repair is one thing, but let's check the other out before we worry about the bridge.
I'll store this right here.
Okay. So I have a path up here to the right to go, and then we have the bridge straight ahead. Let's go to the right really quick. So yeah, you get a path up there. As well, it looks like one little spot right here. That's probably not much added. There's a well. A bit more wood. Okay, we can drop you off.
Time to hit the road.
And is this the direction? Alright. Let's go to sleep. So it's proper storming out today. Banana gnome. Okay. So I guess what we'll do is we'll put this away real fast. It is. It is proper unpleasant. Let me actually lower that sound. That is loud. Thunder volume. There we go. Hot dang. Nature angry.
Looks like I can fix this bridge.
Oh, did it say 30? You suck, gang. Alright, That's 23 and I need 30.
Huh.
Alright, so we are going to have enough once that's done. while we wait for it to process, let's grab what we see around here. Thankfully, there's more there. Okay. Okay, got more things to show up there. What we can do here. There. Alright, so that's gonna take a minute. We can grab the bread out of here. Have ourselves a little bread. Honestly, with enough of those planters, I can just wait for rain and get everything I need from that. I guess I'll break up more logs.
That could come in handy.
And we're grabbing the rough stuffing. We haven't needed it for like almost anything. I need 30. I don't have enough. I don't need much more. Okay. It's the wrong wood. Come on, man. Don't make me go all the way back. The fact is like, 30 planks. Not the locally sourced wood that's stronger. We need the soft wood.
Time to drop off some stuff.
Okay. All right. Oh, right. We haven't had a chance to try and get the other type power. We got the solar. There's also a choice of wind, and we didn't have both. All right. So we need 6 more, which is 12 more planks. So unfortunately, the problem is
Okay, let's go.
we don't have the wood available up here. I don't want to go back down the whole hill just to look for 12 more wood. I only need 3 more logs laying on the ground. Especially since adding on to that, that's fine. It is what it is. We go down the hill. It's a little annoying I can't just use the better wood. That's like, no. It's not the end of the world. The other wood's just down the hill. That's suspicious. And it's nothing. Okay, never mind. It sucks because we're gonna have to stop to recharge. We'll use the fancy wood for that.
Huh. Guess that's it.
Okay, you start recharging yourself. Oh, is this the other one I saw? Yeah, this is the other one I saw where I was like, I need the better pickaxe. Let's see if I run up closer to it. If it'll actually reveal that it's a tunnel. Well, this one might not actually be a tunnel. Looking at this here, it very well
Looks
could
like
be.
I need a better pickaxe.
It could be I just go in there and there's stuff hidden in there. Okay. Drop all this in here. Well, we might as well move towards that antenna that's been blinking at us the whole time. But yeah, I think I'd be down to do a second stream of this. I'm enjoying it. I was worried that it was going to be one of those ones that only take me like 1 or 2 streams to like absolutely just blast through. And that might still be true. But at least, like, when I first looked at the map, I'm like, oh man, I'm filling up this map real fast. You know, a little worried it's going to be very, very short or whatever. It's like, okay, well, I've got at least 2 tiers of material we haven't even seen yet. We have entire mechanics around, like, the engine getting overheated and all that we haven't seen at all either. So it's pretty encouraging that there's a bunch more here to deal with. Let's see. So here we want to take the right path and then the left. Yeah, that bridge up the hill is an expensive bridge. I was expecting it to be like 10, 20 planks, and I joked about it being a whole bunch of the higher end planks. Granted, I think I said like 50 planks as a joke. And it's 30. Are you? What are you? You're just a weird texture. Okay, carry on.
Time to hit the road. Huh.
Okay.
Looks like I can download a blueprint here.
Alright, more stuff that's primarily just aesthetic. Yeah, crap. I did not plan that out. It's fine. Okay.
I'll put this in storage.
Okay, that should give me enough planks. So with that, we should have enough planks to build the bridge. Yep, that's 32. So 1, 2, 3. Alright, so let's get back over there. It's unfortunately continuing to rain. So I can't just park up and get more solar. I'm going to grab some of this wood on the way by. We are pretty much out. And the last thing I need is to get like right over the other side. It's like, you need a little bit more wood. Alright. Right, so we take the left, then the right. That's a little, I'm going to ignore it. Okay. Yeah, because we've seen that there's like circuit boards we can get in the game. There is redwood we haven't seen yet. That's something in the game. There is another tier of ore in the game. There is we've only seen the crude metal and then like the salvage metal. It seemed like there's another tier of that as well. My assumption is once we get through here, we'll get to a new map. And then the idea is the new map will have that. Which does make me curious, though. So far, they've got where when you go up a tech, they do give you more opportunities to get the lower tech stuff, too. I do wonder when we get to the new map if that'll still be a thing. Because I do worry if you end up needing to come back like we just did a moment ago to like get more of the first tier stuff. That's fine. But if we ran into a situation where I had to go like all the way to the other map and then turn back to go get it, that'd be annoying. But we don't know how that's going to work out yet. Because we haven't left the map yet to see where that even takes us to for the next map. And I'm assuming you will be able to go back and forth for practicality reasons. But I think it's fairly clear we're going to a desert next. Because we got a recipe for cactus flower, and we're definitely not in a climate that cactus is going to happen. That's on the other shore. So don't worry about that right now. I'm just going to race on by these right now. Because again, inventory full of planks, I don't want to juggle it. It seems like the those trees are very plentiful now. We can get a hold of them.
Ready to roll.
Okay, so we've got an antenna right here. I believe this is the one that we had a cairn just to the left over there. Yeah, just over there.
Gotta tidy this up.
Okay, let's grab one piece of wood real fast. Which is all I have. So that we get credit for the bonfire. Or for the fire, it's not a bonfire, it's just a straight up campfire. Download wind energy. That'll be good in the future. Yeah, we saw there was a cairn over here somewhere. There you are. All right. So with all that, we got that sorted. We can move our way up the path farther.
I'll store this right here.
I don't want the fancy wood logs, I want the regular wood logs. Okay, so it's looking like this is going to come around the side here. It'll get us to what's looking like the last major landmark on this segment of the map. Okay, there's some of this stuff.
That could come in handy.
If you see any more up here, we have that. Okay, it's just the one. Nothing in your mailbox to be messed with. Okay, so this is the other point of interest. We see, it looks like we got rain collectors here. Alright. So let's start running around. It looks like we got a large property here. Nothing with all this. There's your password.
Wow, a password databank for the terminal.
Can I take all your carrots? Oh, yes I can. I assume we're gonna get those upgraded, the upgraded carrot things. Oh, can I use one of these pieces of wood? Well, actually, I've got one of those. So I can get this campfire going. It's definitely one of those things. It's like, you have a lovely garden. I mean, sorry, you had a lovely garden. All right, so the computer's there, which means we're absolutely going to be going this other way. Hey, everybody, don't forget to wipe your feet. There will be mud everywhere. I'll deal with that in a minute. Be clear, I did not go on the side that had the rug. I did not wipe my feet. Please don't forget to wash your dishes right after you use them. We don't want to collect a big pile of dishes. I see I'm not the only monster in this place. To be fair, their meal is just raw carrots. So, like,
This
not
signal
exactly
decryptor can
a,
probably be used in the nearby terminal.
I'm not exactly the only guilty party here.
Huh.
Huh.
Looks like I can download a blueprint here.
Thread! That's been holding us up from, like, everything. But no, really, I see you have that box up there, and I would really like the box. Why do you keep the box from me? Why would you do this? Also, how's that supposed to even work? Okay.
Let's take a look what's in here.
Got the Western Gnome. Okay, that was way easier than I expected it to be. Alright, let me guess. You are going to require me to do more stuff than I'm prepared for. Alright, I was gonna make this like a bedroom over here, but that ship is sailing. Okay, so you just require fiber, so I want to add that. And you also only require fiber. Thank you. So with that, I'm just going to go ahead and do this. Alright, that makes the thread. I believe in one thread we can make the pickaxe. And with the pickaxe, we should be able to reach the other areas. Oh, did we ever get the nail boards done? Let me check where status are with stuff. Oh my god, please. So I need one more thread and one more reinforced plank.
I'll store this right here.
I'm hoping we have enough for the reinforced plank real fast. Okay. Drop you off. And upgraded pickaxe. Yeah, I'm sure Chad will be fine. And if not, I mean, I'm sure that's plausible as well.
Huh. Huh.
Okay, there's my solar. Oh, right. I did just use all my thread. It's fine. It'd be worth getting that as well for when it's a rainy day. I imagine that'll allow me to recharge. Okay, so with that, what we can do...
Okay,
Oh, wait, we did not check the hammock. Let's check the hammock. We got the overlook over there. We got the flower area. All right.
I should eat something.
Right thing down there we care about. We have Jeffrey Johnson the gnome. Let's check up here real fast in that little building there. Then I can check all the way over on that side. That to me looks like a doghouse. Got a lovely reading spot in the shade. that's carrots. Okay. So let's jump in our vehicle. I should have left it open so it's slowly recharging this whole time. That is not my smartest move. New radio signal. Is it the same spot? No, it's not the same spot. But, we'll see. So we should be able to go over here real fast and lower the elevator. Then I actually want to go the other way. And the reason I want to go the other way is if we go the other way, I can go and mine those, whatever that special rock is to see what the cave to the south is. And I have a feeling that once we're just going to open up, there's going to be stuff in there. And I popped that open because there's solar panels on the roof. We're just giving ourselves a little teeny tiny trickle of power while I'm running back and forth. Give it a minute to do that. And then it'll pop up here. Hopefully this isn't a big project. The worst thing is if it was like, yeah, could you just go ahead and bring us like 50 scrap or, you know, 30 Everwood planks? That'd be swell. Because
I think I need to charge soon.
Neither of those are particularly convenient here. Alright, so there is a path back there I might want to check. Does that path just lead over? Okay, that path just goes back the way we came. Alright, let's go up here. I'm assuming I just have to, like, fix something over here. Card Magician. I wonder why that one's a little different. Okay, you just had flowers up here.
I think it needs to be powered on.
They do the whole thing where they lock you in place so you can't move around to bug things out. That's fair. Because that was immediately what I was going to do. I was going to try and drive the vehicle while I was moving to see how much I could glitch it out. So that's
a load off my back.
That's very reasonable for them to be like, no, man, we know what you're going to do. Okay. So now... Well, I was gonna go... It's all the way back there. Alright, let's just go to the next area. I was gonna go all the way to the cave to the south, and like, okay, but no, really, that's like 2/3 across the entire map. And we're right here at the other cave. Let's just smack the other cave and see the next area. Because this definitely feels like the kind of game that I could see streaming through, like, I'm gonna call it the story. It's not really a story, it's just kind of like chill exploration kind of thing. But I could see this being a game that, like, for stream, I could get through accessing the new points, doing the new things, that kind of stuff. But then off stream it'd be like, okay, where are all the gnomes? Okay, where are all the Karn? Okay, you know, find. I think those are the 2 collectibles I'm aware of. But you get the idea. Like, do all the campfires, all that stuff. I could definitely see that on my own time going through all that. Because I think ultimately it's going to result in. I'm just going to have to pull up a guide. Because the sheer volume of stuff it's going to be searching for. Alright, let's go access ourselves a new part of the world and see how ridiculous this gets. Okay, so Moss Rock is its own thing.
Some more supplies for crafting.
And then you drive into there and it's just like, why would you go in there? Discarded radio signal. I see. Okay, this map I think is bigger than the other one. Oh, I see. One second, let's check something. Back it up. I was going to check in the bottom left. I think it actually does give you how many things are in the area. Okay. Yeah, so we got all 20 campfires here. We got 14 of the 20 Karns. We missed 9 gnomes, and we did get all the paintings. So we actually did pretty well. Did I hear, like... Okay.
Ready to roll.
Gotcha. So it does actually go. So that's not that bad. When it said like 100 there and I thought it was just the one zone, I was like, oh no. Well, so that would imply if we had 25 in the first... So we had 20 campfires in the first area, 25 in this one. That would give me a guess of 4 different parts of the map, maybe? Either that or this part is just way bigger than they
On
are.
the way to the coast. I can smell the sea in the air already.
So is this Everwood? Because those definitely look way bigger. No, it's Redwood. Okay, my assumption is if there's big logs, we won't be able to use them. We won't be able to use our axe. We'll need to upgrade our axe. Yeah, so my assumption is now we're going to start seeing on the signals, like, tier 3 axe, tier 3 pickaxe, maybe a tier 2 sickle. Open different berries. Post berries. Checks out. Okay, so this is interesting. So that's clearly on an island there.
Gotta tidy this up.
And then there's logs. Okay, but we still have the Everwood in the area. Which I appreciate. Got ourselves a nice little sunset going on. We got Mr. Sniff, the gnome.
A tasty treasure.
Okay, rain collector, mushroom growing, download smasher. Well, one of those had a way cooler name than the others. Okay, so we need a sickle too for that. Alright, that looks like it's actual road, so let's just run back to the camper van. Durafiber. Alright, drop you off.
Time to drop off some stuff.
Okay, I just want to go around because that place over there looked like a pet store. And the title screen for this game shows an adorable dog. And you know where that has to go. And so we must investigate post-haste. Oh, wait. Oh yeah, that's probably fine. It's probably going around there. Is that a different kind of rock? Probably is, right? Moss rock. That checks out. So that's rock we can collect now. We haven't had a recipe for it yet, but want to assume that's only a matter of time if we're able to find it now. All right. I still don't think we're using rock for anything. Not that I've noticed. Up. We got palm trees over there. That's a dramatic shift from like straight up redwood forest to palm trees in a matter of feet. Well,
Looks
crap.
like I need a better axe.
There's a good chance we're going to be circling back here in a minute. Because when I saw there was a road by the house, I was like, oh, we'll just go around with the camper.
Battery's running low.
No, it's not. Alright. We're turning around. By that I mean I'm going to grab... Well, actually, pop you open. I'm going to grab this really fast. Then we're going to turn around and we're going to check that pet store or whatever. My hope of what we can do...
Another signal tower.
Download companion training. Gear Research Station allows you to research new technology for your personal equipment. Why are you making me choose between these things? I wanted the companion stuff, but looking at the material requirements, it's very clear that the equipment for yourself is considered the earlier game one.
Ready to roll.
Alright, let's try and get down here real fast. Because very clearly we're getting our companion soon. There's a pet store down there. We literally, you know, it's in the title screen. And we literally just saw that I could get an upgrade that I could train my companion with new commands. And my assumption of what we could do with the companion is that the companion probably becomes your way of, like, renewably getting lower materials. So I assume we could be like, go fetch the stick, boy, and your dog will go get you some everwood or whatever. I'm assuming it's something like that. I'm also assuming over there, where we see all that tropical stuff, I could see that leading from tropic to desert or something like that, because we still have the whole mechanic about overheating. Granted, that's a whole... like, we get the engine upgrade 2. We have engine upgrade 1. And then after engine upgrade 2 is when they show the the thing to keep your engine from overheating. So I'm assuming we get one more engine upgrade dealing with hills and all that. Or sand or mud or whatever the next mechanic is that we have to overcome. And then after that, we'll probably get to the desert and have to deal with overheating. Don't think we're going to quite get to the campsite, though I would like it to have arrived at the campsite. If it doesn't make it that far, it's fine. You don't get like a special bonus by being at the campsite as far as I'm aware. Alright, so you can park here. We can pop that open. And you will slowly recharge.
Huh.
You can grab that. Let's see, you're impressed by how much there seems to be in the game. I was worried it was going to be too limited short, but if you're talking about maybe there's going to be a second stream, then it's a good sign, as far as I'm concerned. Yeah, and I'm not sure, like, it won't spoil it too much. We did see that there is a list of how much is available in the area, and with the game having it was something like 100 cairns in the whole game, it means we're probably looking the area we just finished times 4. That's a very rough guesstimate. Paws and Whiskers Lodge.
Looks like I need a better sickle.
And I think realistically, as we get upgrades, we'll get through the areas a little faster. Don't tell me you didn't leave these animals unattended, right? Oh, you need redwood for yours. You best not have left these animals unattended.
What a beautiful fire.
And trash just laying around.
Look at those cute dogs. Looks like I get to adopt one.
Why does it look that you get to adopt one? Real question. You just rolled up onto someone's house and I guess I'm taking a dog home with me today. To be fair, these dogs are left in a very inadequately penned area, with no one there. I do not see a food or water dish here. You know, with the gates facing in where the dog can paw them open, this is just responsible that I must take all these dogs. It is just the ethical thing to do. And I'm really debating between the vaguely gray one and the orange one. I'm going to get the orange one. Who am I joking? All right. Breaks into house. Looks like I get to pick up a new TV. I was not prepared for naming our companion. Bartholomew. I have no idea. Bartholomew? Bartholomew? Oh, there's no space allowed. Okay. Bartholomew. Best friend Binky? Sure, we can just go with best friend Binky. Ah, no spaces. It's gonna be all weird. Bartholomew. I have no idea. We're going with it, even if it's misspelled.
We're gonna be best friends.
Oh, sorry. What do you mean I'm not in range? You gotta really, really be... Oh, I see. So I adopted the dog, and then they just unleashed the other dogs in the world. They're like, well, got my dog. Here's why you don't leave your dogs unsupervised. Can you pet the other dogs? That is an important question.
Huh.
No. Once I have interacted with one dog and have chosen it, all other dogs are dead to me. I'm also curious. Oh, weird. Oh, never mind. I was like, let me hit control and, you know, see what I can do with the dog. I'm assuming I'm going to be able to tell the dog to go back to the camper. So you can just have, like, your dog will, like, come to you, you give the dog the stuff, and then you send it back to the camper. Alright, dog. I need to do a science with you, buddy. And I really hope you're good at this. Because I'm going to take the direct route, and I do want to see if you find your way home. Alright, Bartholomew? It's very important. Find your own way home, boy. As I'm judging the way that the other people were taking care of their dog. Will be fine. Okay, so we'll go ahead and put all that away. So we got a new research thing. We got the vehicle one, and then you... Smasher just requires rocks. So you can smash rocks into common minerals, and you into onyx minerals. We got the spinning loom already taken care of. This one I can make Durathread. For personal gear. With Durathread, we can give ourselves better backpacks, better clothing. Well, this is a little awkward. Oh, right. Where are you? It's not even here. It was on you. So you've already got your bag. We have a slightly better shirt. And I do not have seashells to make pants yet. Was a Torchlight that a similar mechanic? Yeah, Torchlight is definitely one that had that kind of mechanic. It wasn't the only one. We definitely want the better bag. Alright. We're going to need a lot of Durathread. And that's going to get us back to... I'm going to need a lot of tickets to do a lot of things. You found your way home.
I'll store this right here.
One second. Where's the treats? Where's the treats? I'm not allowed to give you treats, boy. I'm so sorry. It's even meaner because, like, you have the treats on your person. So, like, I'm making you carry around the snacks I can't give you. Oh, there you go. There you go. You found your way home. And we go to sleep. Okay.
A fresh new day.
Okay, so what we're going to do here, chat, is we are going to be wrapping up. So this has been an early preview of Outbound. It's been a lot of fun. I'm actually very happy. I was also concerned when we did the demo and they locked you in. I'm like, okay, well, how big is the map? And then when we booted up the other area, I'm like, okay, the map's not huge, but you know, I don't know how long it's gonna take it around. And then as we were starting to reveal more and more of the map, and I'm like, oh crap. Especially when we came around and we had like the big wheat field, I'm like, oh, this is a bunch of empty space. And I was like, oh man, was like the demo like 90% of the content? But I've been reassured that is not the case at this point. Because looking at what we've got, we finished that first section, and then we got this one, and we're gonna have about the same amount. Yeah, we have like this whole area here, and a lot of this is probably ocean out here, but even then, I'm suspecting this will be a similar size map to the last one we did, and then this would imply there should be 2 more maps of roughly this size available, give or take. So that fills me with a lot of confidence that we got a lot here. So I do think I'll probably play this again tomorrow. I'm very much enjoying it, and I'd love to see where it goes. I did see that there was the path on those redwood trees to get up here to another bonfire. It's just, unfortunately, at the moment, it was nighttime, and I wasn't going to be able to run around, so I was like, we'll just go back to our vehicle, see how things work with the dog. But we'll see how that goes. Oh, I just noticed it actually gives me a little peek of what's underneath those. But anyways, what I'm going to do is choose save and quit here so I don't forget. If you're watching over on YouTube, the stream will be ending abruptly for you because I do not have a host ready on the YouTube side, but thanks so much for tuning in. And for those over here on Twitch, I'm going to go and put up my ending stream screen and see who we can find to drop a raid in. As a reminder, if you have enjoyed the content,